This will make all the difference in the world. Let me go ahead and set this. You might hear a pot. Okay. That will hopefully take care of some of the ambient sound just a little bit. I'll crank this up just a little bit more. Hello, everybody. How are you? We are going to be... This is right in the way of my camera. I'm sorry. We're going to be doing two interesting things today. One, we are going to be drawing, which I was doing a little earlier today, and I said if we had enough people hit the like button, then I would come back and I would do that, and I would do something even more. I've decided, who cares how many people like it? I'm going to do it anyway, even though I did have a few people hit the like button. Thank you very much, guys. So today we're going to do two things. One, we are going to draw on my new Cintiq 21UX. Hopefully I will be getting in some chemicals today that I can put on this material that I have on the front of the screen just to make it a little easier to draw. I will be happy to show you what I have. As you can see, an absolute mess over here. This is my office. There are lots of things that need to be sorted out. And this is kind of the storage room of our apartment, so things get quite messy here. But as you can see, with a few minor adjustments, I'm sorry, I apologize. Stop. It's humming. I don't like when it hums. It's humming. Okay, so with a few minor adjustments, as you can see, I have put a piece of acetate, which is a plastic that you'll often find in picture frames and things like that. I've put that here with some double stick tape to hold this on to protect the screen and also make a flat drawing surface for my pen, which is working very well, except that it does have a little stick to it. So hopefully I will be getting in some eye clear, which is some kind of liquid that another YouTuber suggests that I will use on top of this to clean this up. And hopefully we'll have a working tablet. I apologize if you guys are hearing that humming the same way I am. For some reason, this guy is making humming sounds. Right there. Hear that? I'm sorry. I apologize if that is becoming a nuisance. It is becoming a nuisance to me. Stop humming. Okay. I don't know if it's going to stop. But anyway, what we're going to do is I'm going to draw on this a bit today. Hopefully that chemical is going to come in. I will clean this, and hopefully it'll make it a little easier to draw today. I hope to work on a few projects during the day that I need to get completed, and some of which you may have already seen. Hang on, this is really bugging me. And it's still there. All right, whatever. I'm not going to fight it, and I'm sorry if I killed your ears just now. I did not mean to do that. So I'm going to be doing that. But then also today is Saturday, which means that today is the day that I am supposed to be recording our show, which is the Artisan Central podcast. And if you guys don't know what that is, it is a podcast that you can find on iTunes and on Stitcher. And it is a weekly show every Saturday where we have a lot of cool people on the air with us. And there is a lot of fun stuff that I look forward to doing with a lot of fun artists and other people like myself, and just having a really good time. So today, though, is a unique day because we do not have anyone to interview, and I'm actually okay with that. I can use a break every now and then. So I have another microphone over here that I am going to, and here's the other side of my office and my wife's office. I have another microphone here, which is going to be plugged into my recorder, and I'm going to be recording my podcast here, and we're going to be recording that live on the camera. And that way you can kind of see how I work. I might not edit this show. This might be one of those ones where I started off with some music and just go for it and cut it at the end and say, well, that was fun, wasn't it? And also today's show is going to be a little different. It has been a very interesting week, and I'm going to be talking about that this week on this episode. And I'm figuring what I'm going to do is a bit more of a behind the easel show. And if you guys have not seen Behind the Easel, I got something on my nose. I got skin. That's kind of gross. There it is. In all of its beauty. Okay. So hopefully, I'm going to be recording the Behind the Easel. And like I said, if you guys don't know what that is, you know how a lot of YouTubers have a secondary YouTube channel? Like I have the Tim Michael Arts 2, where my wife and I get on every few months and make a video and stuff like that. Well, I have a podcast that I do once a week in the midweek, which is like on a Wednesday, Thursday. and I record just what's going on with my day, what's going on with my week. It's kind of the life of an artist, and I have a lot of fun doing it. This week, I haven't been able to do it because I've been so busy. So my goal would be to actually record a behind the easel with you guys today here on the live show. And then that will actually be our Artisan Central podcast for today. And the reason why I want to do that is because the Behind the Easel can only be found on the podcast network. It's not found on YouTube. And when I put it up on YouTube, that is the only chance that you guys are going to get to see it, unless you go and join iTunes or Stitcher. If you listen to me via those outputs, iTunes or Stitcher, you get not only Artisan Central podcast on the weekends, but also Behind the Easel on the weekdays, on midweek. So I want to kind of give a little bit of an introduction to people who don't know about Behind the Easel. Let them listen in and have a good time while we do that together. So hopefully that's the goal for today. I want to see a couple people get in here. We'll see if that actually happens. And we did have some people earlier today, and we had like 3 or 4, I think 4 max. So once a few people come in, then we'll prepare for that. But I'll go ahead and set up a few things now, and you guys are welcome to watch me get that set up. I will try to talk you through what I'm doing and let you know the different equipment that I'm using. This is an MXL 770 microphone. And this guy that I'm going to be recording our podcast on today is a Perception 220 by AKG. Very high quality microphone. This guy is really good. You can get him for a $60 value on Amazon. This guy is $150 that you can get on Amazon. I actually traded a bass guitar and a trumpet for that guy myself. So, hey, you try and save money wherever you can. Let me see if I can reach over here with my headphones. Okay. I got a backpack here that weighs a ton, and I'm going to set up my recorder so that you guys can see what I use to record the show. Before I did all this, I actually had a microphone. Well, I hope yes, it is. Okay. I actually had a whole setup with a mixer board and things like that. I got new business cards. I got cool new business cards. You want to see one? I like how these turned out. And that humming is still buzzing in my ears. I'm not satisfied with that. All right, so here's the new business card. There you go, Artisan Central Podcast with host Tim Michael. And if you flip it upside down, it's got our website. It's a cool business card. It's really sturdy too. Bought 500 of these guys for like $25. If you guys want to know more about that, you can ask me and I'll be happy to tell you about it because those are really good cards. I got them from gotprint.com, and yeah, it was like $25, and you get 500 of them, and I think that included shipping. So that was really nice. I like that. So let me get this out here. This is my recorder. This is the Zoom H6. I love this thing. This thing is amazing. I admit I could record the show completely without. Hey, this could also be like the review of the H6. I'd have to put that in the title and consider that like the review. Anyway, the H6 is the newest in the product line of Zooms, and I don't have a good table to set it out on. I'm still hearing that hum. It's driving me batty. So this is the newest one out, and you guys are really going to like it. I really appreciate this thing. It has the ability to plug in 6 different inputs. That means you can have 6 different microphones in here. It can do 4 microphones like this guy that require something called phantom power, and it can handle phantom power. It runs on 4 AA batteries, or you can plug it in. It uses memory card that you plug into the side. I bought this guy. Let's see, I got the receipt right here. I bought him for $400. Okay, I got it off of Amazon for $400. I was going to buy his little brother, which had, I think, 2 inputs. And I decided I was going to go all the way since I was going to put out the money anyway. Here's the recorder. It is an awesome little fella. And it's smaller than what you would expect. And that's only because I don't have the extra microphone plugged into the top. I got 2 microphones that I can plug into the top right here. And these guys, I'll pull this one out because I usually plug this one in anyway for no reason other than that I can record ambient sound and things like that, which is always nice. This is an XY microphone right here, just like that. And that will go, once I remove its little cap, oops, come back here. That will plug into the top here and push down. I'm working on it. There we go. and it locks into place. And there you go. That is the full recorder. I love it. I love it because you can record left and right, which is this guy, and the other 4 inputs. And you can also buy an adapter that'll go on top of here, and it will turn this guy into 2 more of these on each side. The only negative, like I was saying, is that you can only have 4 phantom powers. The 2 up here cannot be phantom power. So I'd put, like small handheld microphone on those or something like that. And of course, if I really wanted to, I could take this guy on the road with me, my MXL 770, and I could put this in front of a co-host or something and have them talking to this. And then I could honestly talk into this side. The only reason why I wouldn't do that is because I have to see my screen. I'll turn that on for you so you can see that. I want to see the screen so that way I can see how high my levels are. It says that there's no SD card in there. Do I have one here? I might not. The other thing that I do is when I'm driving down the road and I'm recording the behind the easel, this is the microphone I'm using. And I'll literally drive down the road and I'll just chat like this. It works really well. And then I have this great little muff thing here that I put on the top, a little air muff. And that just goes right on the top, just like this. There we go. See, just like that. And that's how I roll. It works really well. I love it. Great little device. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to record into this for the podcast. So let me go ahead and turn this off so I can save the battery. I can plug it into a power source. But the other thing that I do, if I can find it, it's right here. I take this guy. This is a just a camera stand. And I will screw this into the camera stand. And this is actually made so it can go on top of a camera, like a DSLR, so it can record audio on top of a camera. It's really cool. It's what it's meant to do. That's really what it's meant to do. It's supposed to be a field recorder. So I'm just going to screw this in here, just like that. And now it's on a tripod that I can set wherever I want. And I just tilt the screen down just like that. So I have ease of access to it. And I'm just going to stick that right over here. Move my microphone over a little bit. That way I can keep an eye on my levels. And it's right in front of my face where if I need to make a quick adjustment, I can. So that's all set up. And then what all I have to do is get a cable. And there's a few other things in here, but I won't bring them up. I got an extra microphone in here. It comes with 2 types of microphones. It comes with the XY, and then it also comes with a mid microphone, which means that I think it's called the mid-side microphone, which means it records ambient sound. It's a very cool little mic. I like the XL better. Or should I say X? What's the proper term for it? I don't know. Left, right, whatever. I have here XLR cable, which is going to go from the H6 into the microphone that I'm going to be using. And I keep all this in my backpack, all of it. So that means that I am ready to go on the go, which is very cool. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this. I see we have one people. You're one people. We're all one people, but I mean one person in our room right now. Thanks for coming to hang out. So let me go ahead and plug this in here. There we go. The other side will go into my microphone right there. And there we have it. We have a fully plugged in microphone. Now, is this facing the right way? Yes, it is. No dB. Very good. Okay. So once we get some more people in here, we'll look at recording our show. But for now, we're just going to have some fun, chat, see if we can get some more people in here, kind of inspire people to come into the room. And the more people that we get in, the sooner we will be recording our live show for this weekend, which I'm looking forward to. I'm hoping that we get a couple people in here who will enjoy being a part of the show. This is the first time I will have done this, so I'm really excited about it. I'm very curious how the turnout will be. So I will do my best to do some marketing and get as many people to come in and join us, and we'll see what happens. I'm making a mess of things. Things are getting a little bit tighter in here. I got the microphone here and here, and everything's getting really squished in here. So let me go ahead and minimize my video mode here so I can see the Hangout. And open this up to the live video so I can see what everyone else is seeing. There we go. And finally, just making it a little smaller. Remember, if we got people hanging out, you can leave comments in the comment box below. And I love to hear from you guys, so feel free. Always appreciate that. Let me see. Okie dokie. Alrighty. And just remember, the more people that we can get this out to, the sooner we can get people in here and we can have a good time. Okay? So that would be the goal. And we got 1 like. Thank you very much for that 1 like. And supposedly I had no viewers. So let me see if I can quickly push this out just a little bit further over a couple of my different networks. Hang on just a sec. Recording ACP live. Come hang out. Ask questions. Chill with Tim as he draws. Yay. Okay, I don't know why I put the yay on the end there, but hopefully someone appreciates that. Let's do Tweeter, drawing live. Login and tweet. Oh shoot, do I even remember my Twitter login? Let's try this one. Work? No, didn't like me that time. Let's try this one. Did it work? I can't tell because that screen is now blank. We got 2 people in here, 2. Yippee! Hey, remember that the more people we can get in here, the sooner we record. I want to get a bunch of people in here so we can just have a good time. So do me a favor. If you want to be a part of the live recording, we need to get some more people in here so we can all just chill, have a good time, and chat. Remember, you can take a look at the video and leave comments. I love the comments. You can come and chat with me. And I look forward to seeing what you guys have to say, and hopefully we can have a good show. And, of course, a lot of the comments that we might read might be yours today, right now. So if you have any questions, leave them in the chat box, and I will hopefully maybe read them on the air. How about that, huh? I think that'd be a lot of fun. We'll have to see what happens. If you guys have ever listened to the ACP or the Artisan Central podcast on iTunes and Twitter, then you guys have a lot to look forward to today. I hope that you liked last week's. Last week's was really cool. We had Aaron Blaze in. How cool was that? And if you haven't heard that episode, then you're really missing out. You really need to go check that out, okay? Let me go ahead and... Oh, shoot. I don't remember my Tumblr login. There's no way I'm going to remember my Tumblr login. Are you kidding? Do I? Let's see. And... Nope. Let's try this one. Nope. How about this one? Nope. And now it's giving me the stupid symbol. I don't want to deal with that. All right, whatever. So go ahead and share this video with all of your friends and neighbors. Let's get as many people as we can here till we have a good time, eh? All right. Okay. I think, folks, that's gonna about do it for getting things ready for the podcast. There's not much else I can do other than make sure that I have my podcasting headset ready and plugged in. And then once we get some people in here, then I'll get ready to do our show, which will be a lot of fun. We're going to have a good time today. We might wait till a little later today when some more people come in, and then we'll begin the recording. And until then, we get to draw a little bit. I got a lot of commissions I need to work on and things like that. So, of course, we will have a lot of commission-ish type stuff to do. Let me move some things around a little bit so I don't feel so cramped. This office gets really cramped up. As much as I love my little office, there's not much room in here, especially when it comes to being at my desk. Once again, I'm sorry for the hum. I wish I could do something about it, but I really don't know what I can do. Whoop. It's like there's a short in the microphone, you know. Whoop. Let's try this. You can stop now. Oh, it's silent. It's not doing it anymore. Yay. All right. So sorry about that, guys. That's quiet. We're never touching that thing ever again. And hopefully it will behave. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Please let me know. You can leave a comment in the comment box on the YouTube channel. And, of course, I want to hear you from you guys. But hopefully that's loud enough where you can still hear me. So just let me know. Okay? All right. Okie day. I think we're about ready to do some drawing. Let me go ahead and pull up my reference photos for the artwork that I need to work on. I have 3 major pieces that I need to work on during the day today. We'll see if that works out. I'm going to start off with one. I'm going to do it on a vertical canvas. Okay. And I know you guys can't see my screen. I will switch over to my screen in a little bit. And that way you guys can see what I'm doing. But first I need to find my reference photos. So, and thankfully my client's on Facebook. So that makes it real easy to find who I need to be talking to. And I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay. Aaron Blaze has come out with some new brushes. That's cool. Let's see. Tell you what, you just look at Facebook and you can stare at it forever. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Let's do this. Thanks for being patient with me, guys. It's Angle Photography. Site is offline for upgrades, really? Well, that's no help. Let's make sure that I have the right link. Yep, I have the right link. Of course she takes that link off the internet. All right. Well, let's go see if I can find the original on her Facebook. If not, I'm going to have to come up with my own. Yeah, definitely not there. Thanks for being patient with me, guys. I'm looking. The picture I'm looking for has got to be here somewhere. Might actually be in her profile pictures. Nope, but I'm sure I can find what I'm looking for. All right, whatever. Okay, so I just need a basic photo of her. There we go. That's fine. Okay, and then I need to look up an old-fashioned camera. 35 millimeter camera. Something really old. They're not that old. Okay, whatever. All right. So let's see if anyone's talking yet over on the YouTubes. Anybody talking yet? No? Leave a comment. What's up with you people? Sitting here chilling out with me and no one's even left a comment yet? What's up with that? Think I'm here to talk with myself? Come on. Get in here. All right. Okay, this computer screen flattens things out like no one's business, so that's not very helpful. But we'll see what else we can do. Okay. Got a really old-fashioned camera that'll do just fine for what I need. I think I'm coming up with a new website logo for her, basically. So that'll be real easy. Let me go ahead and switch over into my screen. There we go. This is a Mango Studio screen. And I will keep the chat room up. I remember at one point in time, there's a way to have a separate chat room box, but I don't know how. So I will keep an eye out, I promise. And hopefully we will have some peoples in here. I'm looking forward to the comments and everything, so hopefully people will show up. It says that we're having a good solid 720 stream, so that's excellent. It's excellent, I say. All right. I'm still awake. You guys are still awake? Everyone's still awake. No, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do that way. All right. All right, so I have a chat box ready and raring to hear you guys, and I would love to get your comments. So feel free to leave them as you see fit. And the more people that we get in here, the sooner we begin the fun stuff. Okay. All right, so like I said, I got this acetate thing on my screen, which is supposed to help protect the glass. It's a little warm, but not terrible. And I'm hoping that that's not going to be bad for the Cintiq. We'll learn that over time. And let me get these little clips out of the way that go for the microphone and stuff. And now it's time to get down to business. So, gotta think fun. Let's see. Let's undo that. Okay. Hang on just a second. I think I see a spot, a smudge in my acetate that I put on here. There you go. Get off of there. I worked forever to cut this acetate to be the right size, and the last thing I want is for anything to get on this screen that could scratch it in any way. And that's just me being ridiculously picky. I remember I was like that when I had my 12WX for the first few days. So hopefully, nope, not quite yet. Hang on just a sec. Yeah, get that one and the one on the screen. There we go. That would be a hair. Interesting. Okay. Seal that back down. Beautiful. Okay. Thank you for being patient, guys. All right. Let's start by considering how I want to draw her face. Okay. I want to make sure I'm doing it a little bit longer than my other screen is showing me, because I know for a fact that that screen is squishing all the pictures because of its resolution, which is not cool. So keeping that in mind, I'm going to have to make do. Okay. All right. Just putting in my beginning sketches just to get a feel of what I'm looking for. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to figure out if I want to do her with or without her hat. She wears this hat everywhere she goes, so I'm curious on which one I would prefer more. I've drawn her once before, so... And she goes to my church, so it helps that I kind of know a little bit. I got to finish up another piece for her husband as well. Thankfully, I'm getting a little bit of a break from an overall just crash of caricatures, and I've put these on hold for as long as I can recall. There's just been so much that I've had to do, including my large Christmas sales that I've had to complete and stuff. So I have been very, very busy. Oh, my phone buzzed. Where is my phone? All right, where'd you guys put my phone? There it is. Facebook. Let's see what's going on Facebook. Okie doke. So I'm just seeing if I can get a feel for hair. I'm not sure if I'm going to go with a hat just yet. I might not. I might need to turn on some music too. Where's my music? Here we go. Let's see if I can find something that's worth listening to. House workout music. Let's see if I like this. Remember, you guys are welcome to come into the chat room and chat live with us, just on the YouTube video feed. And let me go find the picture of her that I was working from. There we go. Just remember, guys, if you want to actually order a caricature for yourselves, you can do that by going to my website, timmichaelarts.com, and you can go to buy a caricature. It's in the top menus, and order your caricature. Okay, I'm actually willing to draw live if you order one now. Why not? I'd be totally cool with that. Got steak stuck in my teeth. Man, I feel like I'm listening to Yanni right now. Okay, so far so good. Let me take the face and just stretch it just a little bit, not too much, just enough to give it a little bit more body. Hit enter, great. And let me see if I can draw in a little bit more of an understanding of the nose that I'm looking for. Go find a good reference photo for her nose. Okay. Once I get this all sketched out to how I feel like I want it, then I'm going to go ahead and go back in and start fleshing it out a little bit more. I could just ink it right now, but I kind of want to have some more fun with it. So make a new layer. Take the first layer, I'll drop it about 50, 75%. There we go. And that'll just give me a fresh start to work off of and kind of get a better feel for it. I would actually like this to feel a lot more painterly, almost like over painterly, kind of really pull that feel of her being artistic. We'll see what happens. Okay. Let's see. Got some great reference photos for her eyes, so that'll be a good start. Got 4 people in here, but no one's talking in the chat room. If you're here, hit the like button for me, okay? Let me know that you guys are around. If you can't chat, at least let me know you're hanging out, all right? Thank you, folks. I love y'all. Thanks for coming and chilling. All right. So let me begin getting a concept of the eyes here in just a second. Every time I check the chat room, I lose my photo of them that I'm working with. I'm sure she won't mind if I show you guys. I might pull it in just so I have it. Let me go ahead and save it real quick. That ought to work. There we go. I'm going to cancel because that should already be saved in my junk drawer. Let me see if I have any other ones that I wanted to use. And I have my original one that I drew of her and her hubby. I could use this one. Whoops, go back. Download. Okay. Let me minimize that, so hopefully I can pull up this reference photo into here and have it. Let's go open. And where's my junk drawer? Here we go. Let me move this over here so I can check my files privately. All right, here we go. Open. There we are. You guys might recognize those faces, maybe. If you've listened to the Artisan Central podcast, that is where you would know them from. Kimberly Bangles, the one on the left, and Alex Bangles, the one on the right. And Kimberly is our photographer specialist, and Alex is our computer and technology specialist. So they come on the show every now and then. Alex has been on several times. Kimberly's been on once. We're going to have her on more often. So just going to keep going along here. Let's go ahead and make her face just a little bit wider. Just a little bit. I might need to pull the chin down a little bit too. We'll see. Okay. So let me just get Kimberly's face in the shot here so I can focus on that. Okay. I'm usually not a fan of drawing everything straightforward, but according to what she wants with the final image, this is how I have to draw it. So everything's got to stay in a pretty good proportion. So we'll see how it all turns out. All right, new layer, and here we go. My goal is to not look at the reference photo as much as possible, but just have it there just in case. Just kind of get my own feel for how I know she looks. And I also might end up putting a camera in front of one of those eyes, so there's only so many details that I need to grab. Hey, we do have someone in the room. Welcome. I admit you're coming in a different language, and I have no idea how to even check what language that is. I'll try and put that in my translator. Hang on just a second. Let's do this over here so you can see that I'm doing that. Google Translator. Let's see. Enter text. Terrific. Ah, awesome. Chinese detected. So let's see what happens if I translate it back. Can I do that? Would it let me do that? Oh. And let's do Chinese. Nope, let's try traditional. Is it gonna let me do it? Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. I need English. I'm sorry. I'm having fun now because I'm very. There we go. Let's see if this works. Here we go. Say something. Boom. There we go. Let's see how that works. Okay. So just a preliminary sketch. This is not supposed to be anything more than that. So I don't have to be exact or anything. As you can see, it's all chicken scratch, just to kind of get a feel of even getting the likeness correct, you know? And then from there, I'll take it and go further. Hey, Tom. Yeah, I figured I'd just go ahead and do it. Why not, you know? And for once, Tom, I am working on a commission for another client. How about that, huh? Every time Tom comes in, he's like, "You working on one for a client or just for yourself?" And it's always something for myself. So this time it is for a client. Okay. Let's see here. I need to scoot a bit more into my chair. I mean, into my desk. So that way I don't have to lean forward so much. Here we go. All right. Okay, I'm sorry if I rotate my screen a lot, guys. I could actually rotate the Cintiq, but since it's brand new for me and it is an older model, I want to be careful with it. So I'm keeping the screen straight, and I'm just kind of doing my own thing with the rotations. So sorry about that. I don't mean to make you guys dizzy. But you know me, I don't want to give up quality for showing you guys how it's done. I got to make sure that I do my job right. And that requires me to rotate my screen and do some things to make sure I get what I need. There we go. Let's try that again. Out of curiosity, do I have a rotate invert set? Flip horizontal. I want to see if I can program the flip horizontal to actually be something so it'll help me kind of get my line work done a little better. Let me see if I can figure out a way to do that real quick. There's got to be a tool panel here that I can reprogram. All right, flip horizontal, edit shortcut, and let's do F. Select the command, click edit shortcut, and allocate shortcut by pressing key. By clicking add shortcut, you will allocate several shortcuts at the same command. Okay, so I programmed that. So now, there we go. That worked. Now what I want to go ahead and do is program that also into my tablet. So let me pull up my tablet menu. And I'm going to go to Manga Studio Functions here. I could actually program that into my grip pen. I need to program a few things into my grip pen real quick. Let me think. All right, the right click, I want to program that to be a modifier. I want to program that to be an alt for a color picker. And the double click, I'm going to go ahead and do a keystroke, and I'll program that with F for flip. So that'll flip the canvas so I can check my work. And I hardly ever do a canvas flip, so I have to see what happens. Let's see, is there a way that you can send me some art here or to chat with you sometimes, like Skype? Maybe I have Skype account for my viewers and I chat with them. Honestly, Tom, I usually charge to meet with people on Skype. So the best way to meet with me, would be to actually do it over Facebook. So that would be my best suggestion. There we go. It's working just fine now. Nice. Okay. So I would suggest just bug me on Facebook, and I'll be happy to take a look at your stuff there. But I have lessons where I charge $100 per lesson, and that allows people to meet with me on Skype, and I can help them out with their art. So that's some of the ways that I make my money. So, but I'm happy to help you out if you bug me on Facebook, and I can look at your stuff on there. Okay. I like the idea of giving her a scarf. So we'll put on a scarf on there. All right. Yeah, but if you ever want classes, if anybody ever wants classes, I do one-on-one classes on, actually, it's not on Skype, it's on another program and I will look over your artwork. I'll critique it, and I'll give you suggestions and help you get to where you want to get. That's one of my services that I sell. It's a lot of fun when I get to meet with people and have a good time. Five viewers, everyone. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. If we get a few more in here, we might start working on our podcast, which is the Artisan Central podcast. Today, I'm going to be recording that. It was actually supposed to be recorded last night, but I have quite a story to tell you guys, and I'm going to tell that today in a very special edition of the Artisan Central podcast, because we're actually going to record, instead of doing a Artisan Central podcast, we're going to do it in a Behind the Easel format. And if you guys haven't listened to my Behind the Easel show, you can listen to that on iTunes or on Stitcher, and I'll talk about all that a little later when we actually record the show. So feel free to join in the chat room, and that's going to be you can just come into the YouTube video where we're recording the show right now, and you can go in there and you can leave comments and ask any questions you want. That'll all be a part of the show. We'll have a Q&A time, and you can ask the questions that you want, and I'll try and answer them. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Can you tell me your name in English? I would greatly appreciate to know that. I'm afraid I don't know how to read Chinese. But thank you so much for coming and spending time with us. I don't know if Google Translator will translate your name to English. I'd almost be willing to try that just to see what happens. All right. I need to maybe make this mouth just a little bit bigger. So what I'll do is the lasso marquee. And I'll stretch it open just a bit more. I think the other thing I need to do is, whoops, come back here. Whoops. Switch screens. There we go. Okay. Oops, I think I switched screens with the wrong button. Yep, I did. And I have no idea what the right button is. Hang on just a second, guys. I lost my cursor for my mouse. So let me see what I have my functions programmed as for Manga Studio. Display toggle is the bottom button. So let's try that again. Bottom button. There we go. Okay, well, I think I'm really getting somewhere with this. Let me go ahead and do a version where I'll put her camera in front of her face, which is my main intention. Let me see also if I can really quickly... I don't think I have a shift button programmed in on the tablet as of yet. Let me see what happens if I just smush this face down just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then let me switch over to the camera and see if I can get this camera put in there. All right, so let's do this. And I like the other one, so I'm going to go ahead and merge them. I know that's a dangerous thing to do. I'm going to leave everything the way it is, and I'm just going to merge everything together. So merge, merge. There we go. Now that's one layer. Now I'm going to dim that layer 50%. And let's start working on the camera. Okay. So let's start with a box. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Make my pencil just a little bit bigger. Okay. All right. And then that way, if I don't like where I have it here, I have it in a separate layers. So I can just take it and I can put it somewhere else to kind of get the feel of what I might be needing. Plus, I can also adjust the size of what I'm looking for. Honestly, this should be like right over her eye like that, but I can't do that because then I'm covering up half her face. So, thinking if I do anything, I can do it like that. And then I need to figure out how to build a hand off of that, which is never fun. And I don't have any reference photos. So it's going to be all me trying to think about how I can draw a hand for this. So let's do this. And I'm looking at my hand and I'm seeing, we'll do a different color just to make sure that I can see a difference. Let's do something like this. So this will be the first finger. Okay. Just kind of sketching out an idea. It's not going to be very good, but USA time 12:51, Chinese time 1:51. Oh, good night. Thank you for spending time with me. Lots of fun. See, I think I'm going to have to put the hand more like this. I'm trying to think about how I would do that if my arm was down. Figured out vector thing in MS. You can make your vector layers, which then allow drawing vectors. Every line you make can be edited, similar like doing an Illustrator. Cute. Yeah. You can do the new vector layer. I don't mess around with the vectors, honestly. I know it's possible, but I don't like putting the time into attempting to build those new vector layers. But isn't that cool? I mean, and then there's 3D. Have you worked with the 3D yet in this program? It is crazy what you can do in here. I'll have to see if I can find her real picture where she's doing this with her camera so I can get a better idea of how she does it with her arm. I need that reference photo for sure. Let me see if I can find it again real quick. her Instagram. Okay, Instagram, log in. All right, let's see where the latest is from Kimberly Bangle. Yeah, me too. The 3D modeling stuff is a bit too intensive for me. Well, not finding it there, so let me see if I can scroll up and look for her through other means. Badges. It's really sad that you can't do a search, you know? Instagram is way too simplified on the computer, which is really sad. It's all on the phone, and the phone isn't so easy to copy from. Hang on just a sec. Let's do this real quick. Since we're in a mode where I'm trying to find my stuff, let me go ahead and stop my screen share. There we go. We can hang out for a few minutes. We need to get some more people in here. Okay, let's see here. Quickly checking to see where my Instagram is. Here we go. Got some good music going on. There it is. I just saw one. Kim Bango. Let's see if she has that picture in her Instagram. Well, she has the caricature that I drew of her and her hubby. What about the one that she uses for her profile? Yay, found it. Oh, she puts her camera up on the side. Gotcha. So here's the one I was trying to find. There it is. See that? That's the one I was trying to use, and I couldn't find it. Of course, her hand is over top. So, and the camera is the wrong angle. Which, it would make sense to put it on its angle, but I know that she likes a good quality camera. So, I'm not sure how much I want to tip it on its side. Let's see what we think of that. That would make a lot more sense. Here, I'll show you what I just did. Switch back over to camera mode. I was kind of thinking we'd have a few more people hanging out today. Guess that's what happens when I do a weekend thing instead of a weekday. This will allow me to redo the hand. Erase what I can. I didn't mean to put that on the same layer because it'll start erasing my camera. So I'll just do a different color over top, no big deal. There we go. And just to do it quickly, I'll do the hand is vertical here. One finger comes up here. One comes here. One here. And they're all wrapping around kind of like that. And finally the last one here and down kind of like that. And then this goes here to the palm, kind of like that. And then I'll readjust it accordingly to make it really work. Let's see. I appear to be missing a finger. No, I'm not. Okay, so we're going to put this one up here like this. Number 2 is going to go here. Number 3 will go here. And this one will go like that. Wrap around and then come down and meet up with the pinky, which will be here. Which will then meet up with the palm of the hand. We'll see how much I like that in a few minutes. Okay, so minimize that. Kind of make it more invisible. Same with the camera. And let's start looking at inking now. Whoops. Okay. Inking time. Let's really quickly select all of the layers. And we're going to expand it to fill up more of the canvas. So I need to zoom out first. There we go. And now I can fill up the canvas with this. Okay. Get the most out of the media that I can. Enter, and that will put it in. Okay. So now select the ink layer that I want, ink pen, hard black ink, and it's time to start inking. Which I'm not sure how well I will ink on this acetate until I get that cleaning chemical in that's supposed to make it smoother. So we'll see. So, okay. Let's do this. See if I can take these 3 layers and lock them. There we go. That way I don't screw them up. Hello, everybody. See, we got a few more people in here. Make sure you come into the chat room and chat as well. We like having people to talk to. Well, let me go adjust the air conditioner really quick. It's getting a little warm in here. This office gets warm really quick, so I will be right back, okay? Hello, TV Outland. How you doing? All right. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit tighter on just the teeth. See if I can kind of get this tooth structure a little better. I heard something make a noise. Huh. Yeah, I'm using EX5. Okay. I really appreciate it. It's a really good program. I'm used to be all Photoshop, and then I really started messing around with this and took the time to learn it, and I'm really glad I did. I have a hard time going back to Photoshop unless unless I want to do more realism. Then that's when I go to Photoshop. But 9 times out of 10, I use this one for all of my client work. Let me check the front door real quick because I'm waiting for a package to come in that's going to help me with this screen. I'll be right back. Hang on just a second. I heard some thumps from somewhere. It could be because something fell or because someone was at the door. So probably something fell. All right, guys, hang on a sec. It feels amazing outside. I got to open up these windows. It is gorgeous out there. Nice and cool. Perfect day to have the windows open. Unless that lizard is on the outside. On the inside. Oh, he's on the outside. Good. Heavy window. All right. You were one of the reasons I went over to MS, and I love it since then. It's not really hard to get used to it. I know, right? MS is awesome. GIMP is really good. It's the freebie version, and it does its job for what a freebie version has. Not really good for drawing, though. Unless they've gotten better, but 9 times out of 10, probably not. Okay. So far, so good. Let me go ahead and draw in the camera. And then I'll erase whatever mouth I don't want for that. Actually, let me do it on a separate layer. That way I have the chance to do what I want with it. Okay. Rotate. Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy? Let me see. There was a question I found today in my spam that you had asked me, and I can't remember what it was. I think I approved it, but I don't remember what question it was. What question haven't I answered for you yet, Mike? Oh, let's see. Hang on. It says my package has been delivered. Hang on just a sec. Hey guys, my package has been delivered. It's down at the mailbox, so I need to go for a little quick walk. Can you keep everyone busy in here for a few minutes while I do that? I will be right back momentarily, okay? I want to get this eye clear stuff so I can get it on this material that I got on for my screen. That way it should smooth things out and make it a little easier to draw on. So if you can hang tight with me for just a few minutes. I see we got 5 viewers in here. Take this time and do me a major favor. Please, please, please share this link for this video with everyone. And then when I get back, maybe we'll start recording our Artisan Central podcast. Okay. So I'll be right back. Just keep everyone busy for a little bit, and I will be back as soon as I possibly can. Okay. Keep everyone busy. Oh, what'd this do? Hang on just a second. Just clicked on a button. I'm not sure. Broadcast settings. Join, hide there. Broadcast large video that I can see my. Huh, okay, don't even know what that means. Anyway, all right, guys, so I will be right back. Please sit tight. Don't anyone go anywhere. If I come back and find anyone less than 5 here, I'm going to be mad. I won't, but I'll be sad. I'll be super sad. All right, I'll be right back, okay? Hang tight with me, y'all. Get my shoes on. The mailbox is down 3 flights of stairs and down a little path, and then I'll be right back. So give me about 10 minutes, okay? And I should be back momentarily. All right. Like I said, guys, short little walk. We put you on camera. Whew. That's a walk. That's a long walk. 3 flights of stairs. All right. Let me cut open my Amazon box, and we'll see how well this iClear stuff works. See, we got some comments. Here we are. iClear, cleaner and polish for Apple. So I'm going to try this on my acetate and see if that helps it work a little better. So let me go find, moisten a corner of the microfiber cloth. I don't have a microfiber cloth. What are you talking about, microfiber? I'll find some other solution. Microfiber cloth, my hiney. Let's try a sock. Terrible, huh? All right, very cleft head out, definitely okay. In a story file section, open the last one to look at thumbnails. An entire comic novel. You know what? I haven't messed around with the novel side of things. I don't know how many of you guys remember my old days of drawing No Clue web comic, and another one I started a bit more recently. Let me see what else I got here. A solution to wipe screen, exterior surface, polish off completely with a dry section. Matte and glossy screens. This would be considered glossy. Turn off electric device and let it cool. Moisten a corner. Polish off, whatever. I think it's going to work the same way either way. Here we go. We'll see how well this works. I'm trying to just get it on the acetate itself and not on the actual tablet. Just the acetate. I just got this plastic acetate today over at Hobby Lobby after watching a video on YouTube of someone who suggested using acetate as a screen protector, and it works great. It's huge. It's thick. It's a thick thing, much thicker than a screen protector. So that's where I was like, wow, that's interesting. You know, I'd never thought that that was usable like that, you know. And the pressure sensitivity is good, as you guys have seen. Everything's fine, and it's completely protecting the Cintiq. The only thing I'm worried about is maybe that it might overheat a little bit because I'm covering over the screen. But so far, no issues. So hopefully this iClear stuff will take care of the rest of it. I have a template for webcomics. I can create a story file. Is this page for a week or months? Or you can create more than 99 pages at first, but can add more pages later. How cool is that? Do they have a way to export out to like a PDF format or something where then you could send that out to a publisher? And I'm guessing you do a comic, don't you, Mike? What comic do you do? I'm just assuming because you seem to know an awful lot about it. So, do you do a comic? All right, let's see how well this worked. Because I'm about done covering this whole thing up. And I think I'm about ready to draw on it again. It's not too hot. And the screen feels different, softer, which is nice. Not so screechy. So we'll see how it does. Let's see. Turn off electronic device. Let cool. Moisten a corner of the microfiber cloth solution. Wipe screen surface from left to right. Polish. Completely dry selection of the wiping cloth left to right. Also top to bottom. Continue to polish. Let me try this just a little bit more because obviously I'm not using a microfiber, and I want to make sure I get something right with this. So I'm gonna squirt a little bit more on here and try this again with the back of the sock as TIFFs and then complete and compile into a PDF. Ah, that's nice. I like TIFFs anyway. Let me see how much I can coat this screen with this. Ah, that's nice. Okay. Just going to do that. And then I think I'm going to let it dry for a few moments. And then I will see if I can polish it off. So anyway, like I said, you guys can see that there is a layer of plastic on the top here. And it's covering the whole Cintiq. Like I said, don't worry about the mess over here. This is my table that I do all of my sculpting on. So that's a mess. And then beyond that is my pile of extras and scanners and stuff like that. So I got a mess that I got to clean up, but that's the life of an artist, if you will. Playing hooky to watch you. All right, beginner's guide for me. Oh, that's right. You did mention that you wrote the beginner's guide to Manga Studio. That's right. Now, is that a book that they're actually using? You know, like that Manga Studio is actually using that they've published or something? Or you have a cleaning cloth for a smartphone that'll work instead of microfiber? You know what? I don't, because I'm a lazy bum. What is this? Is that on the screen? Or is that on the screen beneath it? Hang on, I gotta check something out. Pop my plastic off here. Beep. And, oh good, that's on the back side. It's like, that better not have been on my screen. Okay, let me wipe that off. Okay, good. Lay that back down and restick it. That was a big mark. I'm like, that better not be on my actual Cintiq screen. All right. Okay. Hoping beyond all hope that it feels different than it did before. What is that? Another scratch or scraper or what? Nope, that one is my screen. Pooh. Okay. That's what happens when you buy a used device, but that's okay. I'm sure it doesn't bug me that much. Okay. Put that to the side. Stop going OCD about it. I'm OCD about this machine because I want it to run properly. Put my headphones on. Let's get back to it. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. Well, good for you. Have you found a good financial resource from that? I've been meaning to look at publishing some books, but I have no idea how to find a publisher. I have no idea how to do any of that stuff. I would love the knowledge of someone who's more aware of that sort of thing. Ah, plug all you want. Plug all you want, Mike. Go for it. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. I'm going to work a little bit more on the side of this face. Oh, my word. Oh, that's a smooth screen. Oh, that feels like smoother than a Cintiq screen. Almost too smooth. Wow. That's really polished. That's crazy. Dang. Crazy. Oh, wifey boxing me? Hang on, let me check my box real quick. Wow, that's too slick. Might have to put a different nib on here to slow that down. I'll have to get the hang of that. My wife just said that there's someone who walked into an elevator with her and they smell like Fruity Loops. We're both on diets. So right now it's kind of like she's desperate for every way to cheat. And I've been too. Oh my word, really? Well, good for you, Mike. Congratulations. All right, let's see if I can get the hang of this because this is really, really slick now. This is much different than I was doing earlier. It almost feels like I'm not even there's no tension on my pen at all right now. It's that slick. That is not what I expected. This eye clean stuff is awesome. Eye clear. Good heavens. It feels like it's wax. Man, there is. This is reminding me how I felt when I first started drawing on a tablet. That feeling that you didn't have any kind of texture or anything to really start making an idea of how hard or fast to pull your pen or whatever. This is crazy. All right, there we go. Let me go ahead and switch back to my screen so you can see. There we go. Number 4 finishing nail and smoothed out the end. Oh, good heavens. Wow. I definitely like how this feels. It's just I have to get used to it because I've been scraping across it all day today, and I really didn't think that this eye clear stuff would smooth it out by that much. Honestly, I was kind of like, there's no way that it would become that smooth, to such an extent that I might not like it as much. But I love it. This is great. I'll get the hang of it real quick. And I'm kind of already feeling it. And the nice thing is, obviously, now that I own this large Cintiq, I'm making much larger brush strokes, which means stuff can be a lot smoother than it used to be before. There we go. Very nice. Help give feel of texture on tablets. Yeah. Animators use them for that reason. Some resistance is good. I've used the felt nibs. I'm not sure how I feel about them because at a certain point in time, I really rub them down. So. All right. Let's see. I mean, before this, I was using my WX, which is the 12-inch. I really like that. I wasn't expecting any of this would work, honestly. I mean, the acetate or anything, but considering that the acetate for this large sheet that I bought was only like $7, $6.99, $5.99, something like that. I bought 2 of them because acetate's really hard to cut and it cracks real easy. And this thing, it took me forever to cut it. Okay, I opened up the window and it's starting to feel hot when it was nice and breezy out there. Yeah, precisely. And I like a lot more smooth flow. I want the best quality line work I can possibly get out of each stroke. That's just how I am. I want clarity of everything I'm doing. So let me check my phone out again. My wife must be on her lunch break. Here we go. Okay, I think that's looking really good. Am I adding a hand? Oh yeah, I'm adding a hand at the end. I just don't. You know me, I don't like hands, so I'm saving it for the absolute last because I detest hands. I'll probably even color it before I even touch the hand. You know. What's up, Blue? Thanks, Mike. I'm having a good time with it. It's a better likeness. I'm okay with it so far. I'll put it that way. I'm okay with it so far. I'm gonna have to close my window. I'm burning up already, and I ain't turned off the AC, but it is already getting super hot. So you might need to give me a minute to close that and kind of get things back in. Hang on just a sec, guys. Sorry to keep jumping up on you, but let me go ahead and get that closed because it's burning up. I'm on fire. This boy is on fire. This boy is on fire. Go. Turn the air conditioner back on. It's probably need like 4 degrees. Yeah, a second, responding back to my wife's message. All right, take a swig of my soda. Mandy is definitely on lunch, so sorry if I go slower in my drawings. I just found a big mistake on this thing. See if I can fix this. Oh, wrong layer. Once I color it, I might be moving a whole bunch of stuff around because it doesn't feel right. It all feels kind of cockeyed, so we'll have to see. That's okay for now. Can you give me an advice on making eyes? I feel like I can get a pretty good caricature, but I struggle to make the eyes look like the person's eyes. Excuse me. I have a bunch of tips on that. I've done many different caricatures on that sort of stuff, and actually I've done a lot of different YouTube tutorials. Maybe not YouTube tutorials, but a lot of my advanced tutorials that I sold on my website, which I do still sell them, but they're right now shut down. My biggest tip that I would suggest for you is this. You got 3 lines that you can focus on. This one, and this one, okay? When you look at a person's eyes, you need to look at what angle they are. Kimberly's here. If you look, they're actually kind of angled down a little bit. One is more angled down than the other. So keep that in mind when you're drawing that. And then your basic shapes that you need to consider are, one is the eye going up in a slant like this. Once again, using that same idea down below. And then also when you look at an eye, there's a low part and a high part for certain people, which is the tear duct, which is over here, tear. And over here is the high point where the furthest eyelash would go. And oftentimes you'll have the, like this, where it's one on top of another, like that. You might have them exactly angled, which gives you that kind of freaky looking eye. Or you can do the drop, which not many people have. And when it does, usually it really is kind of intensified. You'll see it a lot on dogs, where it'll be really like that. There might be a big bag under the eye or something. And then the other question is, how round is the top lid and the bottom lid? So you might have the rounded top lid and no bottom lid like that, kind of like pushing up against it. You might have the opposite where it's kind of hard and then a dropping bottom lid, kind of like that. Or you could even have the triangle, which is more like this, where you have this flap of skin that comes over the top of the eye and then a part that sticks out, which is the same thing as this. So you got this flap here, but then there would be a flap above it that would come over it like this, which would create that shape. So it depends, but that's what I would suggest. Just really focus on these 3 things and include that in many different ways, because you can have in one eye, it could be slanted a certain way, and then the dots could be slanted a certain way, and then it goes underneath it a certain way. So it's all there. It's all of it you can find in those 3 shapes. So that would be my best suggestion. Okay, and for her eye, I noticed that it was drooping a little. Not much, though, so I thought I'd keep it pretty much straight, but if I really wanted to, I could go like this. Like that. Select it, and just turn it just a little, and stretch it just a little. And that'll probably make it more look more like her eye right there. And then I'll go ahead and hit enter to put it in spot, and close that, and there you go. So that's really all you got to do. That keeps it nice and simple. Hi, my 6 peoples. How are you? Hit the like button if you're enjoying yourself. Pretty please. Ah, yummy. Orange Crush. Diet Orange Crush. Because I'm on a diet. So there. Don't judge me. She's saying, "Oh, look at you texting me while you're podcasting." And I said, "You always come first, my queen. Everyone else can wait." Sorry, guys. Okay, let's keep going here. I'm going to start putting in some colors just because I'm bored of doing all this inking. So let's go ahead and get some colors in here. Let's see how much of this I can do without too much fanfare. Let me knock out all this stuff here and see how much of this I can put in with my... Where's my color set? Here it is. There we are. I want to leave that mouth in there because I'm really concerned that in the end, she will want to move the camera below her face. And if that's the case, then I want to have that content there, but I don't want to draw it all the way out. So what I'll do is I'll make another layer above it, and I'll fill these details. And I might have to mask out that mouth. So what I'll do is I'll go here, and I'll put a mask on here, right there. And then I will simply paint out, make sure the mask is selected. And I'll do, whoops, let's see, I'll do black and see if I can just quickly, is it white or black? I think it's black. Can I mask it out? It's not going to let me do it. Hey, Mike, you still there, man? You might need to give me a hand here. I'm trying to use the mask, and it's not letting me paint it in like I would in Photoshop. So what's the issue, man? What I need to be doing here to get this to work right? Because it's not working for me as it would be in Photoshop. Yeah, nothing's erasing there. So I need a Mike's helpful tutorial at this moment. Try transparency. It's a color, huh? Okay. Let's see. We'll go into this. Okay. I don't see that to be a transparency color. Where would I find that, Mike? Teach me. Teach me! I'm sorry. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm okay. Do, 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 do. Oh, interesting. I can erase. Ah, there it is. It worked. All right, cool. So you have to use the eraser. It's a little lame, but okay. And once Mike, it's the checkerboard swatch below the white. Oh, it's this little thing. Gotcha. So let me go back and see if that'll work. Thank you very much, Tom. Good to know. Color wheel low left on your screen. Yes, I clicked it. Ah, how cool. So that's the transparency, and that paints it where? Oh, no, excuse me. Let's go here on this one. Oh, now what do you know? Okay, so that worked. All right, thank you, gentlemen. We got that now. See, even the tutorialist needs a tutorial every now and then. I'll admit to it. It's okay. Don't judge me. Okay, there we go. And then I want to do the middle box in silver. Bip. Hey, not cool. Come on, work with me. Do 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 do. It's not letting me do that, so I'm gonna have to hand paint that in. All right, real quick, just do that. My favorite is the Alpha Lock. Is that what it's called? The Lock Transparency Pixel. That is my favorite tool in every program I've ever used. I call it locking the alpha channel, but same difference. There we go. Now I'll just unlock it and paint this in. Beautiful. Excuse me, and relock it. Lock down the face. I could even lock down the black lines in case I don't want to go black lines. Love it. Beautiful. It's working wonderful. I miss my wife. It's too bad she has to work today. In brushes, you can use the background mode and color what's not been colored. Interesting. Okay, let's see. We're going to go like this. And rotate, because I'm a rotator. I'm going to grab a dark gray, and bluish gray sounds good. Zoom in. And let me paint this in here. Okay, so I like the blue-gray because that's going to come off real nice when I put the shading in. So go ahead and color in the teeth. And if you guys don't know my trick about shading teeth and eyes, you're going to love this. This got me a lot of attention on YouTube. So you guys will like this in a second. Okay, mask it. Lock it. And here we go. Airbrush. Make it a little bigger. Drop the opacity. And start knocking it in some places here. There we go. Bring it up a little bit more. Drop the brush size. I can't help it. I admit the only thing it really messes me up on when I do the rotate is when I'm doing recordings, speed paints, and then you put it in fast forward at the end, when you speed it up 1,500%, and that makes you dizzy as all get out when you watch the final product of that stuff. But okay, that looks awesome. All right, great. So that's coming along smoothly. Let's see if I can put some skin tone on here so it doesn't look so bland, because I got these good looking iron teeth and everything else just looks dead. So let's see if I can pick it up a little bit with some different tones. Here we go. Make my brush a lot bigger. A couple passes straight down. It's a good start. Very nice. And now let me go ahead and switch to, what brush do I usually use for this? Watercolor. And I'm going to do, is it opaque watercolor? No, it's paint and apply. Here we go. I love this. I keep talking about it, but I love this acetate. And it's awesome. It's working amazing, and it's protecting the screen, and the screen is a little warm in certain places. I'm hoping that that doesn't mess up my Cintiq. That's a little warm at the top, but other than that, as long as that's all I'm having to deal with, it's awesome. Okay. Oh, I don't mean that I came up with that technique. I just mean I use it. Okay, let's see. We're still on skin tone. We're on a highlight. So now I should be able to start going in here with some real highlights and just paint them right in. Okay. Give her a chin. And let's hit here and over here. Okay. Really, I'm not even using my favorite technique right now, which is okay. I'm not desperate to use my main techniques, but all the same. Does anybody else in here own a 12UX? I know my 12WX would get a little bit warm, and I'm okay with that. It's just, like I said, I'm really picky about this screen right now because I've only had it for 3-4 days and it's used. So and I've heard rumor that sorry if I take breaks between. I'm still, talking to my wife and stuff. And I've heard rumors that these screens will overheat or something like that sometimes if you have a screen protector on them. So I'm certain that going the extra mile and putting such a thick piece of plastic across this thing, I can certainly see that doing the same thing. I'm not sure if that's Wacom just making sure that they don't have to offer warranties or whatever, but all the same. I was into us, but I'm really glad I went to the Cintiqs. I'll save the money and I'll spend the money to get them. I need my Cintiqs. I enjoy my Intuos when I'm in my room with my wife watching a movie. I'll plug that up to my laptop and I'll work on realism stuff with my Intuos. I've drawn some pieces more recently for some friends of mine, Aaron Blaze and a friend of mine named Verrill Jones, and both of those I drew on my Intuos, which I like. I like it a lot, but still. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tom. And I'll let her know that everyone says hi. How about that? All right, the face still looks dead, so I need to fix that. We're going to put some red in here. Call the airbrush. Just a little spat there and here and on the nose. And actually, she has it on the bottom of the cheek too. So let's see how bad that will look. And then I'll just drop the opacity way down. Wake it up just a little bit. There we go. Makes it a little bit more lively. Nice. Yeah, and I'm feeling the heat coming from mainly the top of the screen, and there's some holes right out the back of it, so it should be venting out. You'd think it would. So I'll keep an eye on it. It is warm. And I remember my Cintiq 12 getting that warm, so we'll see. All right. Let's get some darker hair in here so it doesn't look so bland. New layer. And get my... Let's see what happens if I go like this. Yeah, well, and my thought process was I would save $1,000 and get the 13, and then a friend of mine mentioned that someone was selling this one on eBay for $600. So I decided I was going to go ahead and go for this one, and then I would have a large sized one that I could then save up for and continue, working towards the 13-inch. But if this works well, then I would consider either not getting it or saving up for something bigger, or which I really can't go much bigger than this. This is huge already. To me, this would actually work just fine for much of my drawing career until it broke down. So at a certain point in time, my savings would be specifically just to save up for when one breaks down and it's time to replace it, Which is what was about to happen to my 12WX, which I still use, but... All right, so far so good. So let's see. Well, guys, I might take a break from this because I really need to record our Artisan Central podcast. We have 5 people in here. Would you guys consider doing the show with me? Got some good music going on here. And I'm going to have to mute it so I can record the show. Go figure. Okay, let's see. I'm going to have to switch headphones to my recording headsets. Let me move some things around. Okay, so I'm basically going to record everything that I would record for the regular show. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make it continuous. And I'll just record in the audio that has the intro music after the fact. And that will make a show. Okay? So if you guys haven't listened to it yet, I hope that you do. But we'll go ahead and switch the camera a little bit further away so you can see how I would record on my microphone. All right? And kind of get a feel for it. There we go. So like I said in the beginning, before everyone got on, I'm using a different microphone. The one that I was recording with over here, this guy, this is the Perception 220. You're listening to me through it there, so I'm going to scoot it over here so you can still hear what I'm doing. And then I'm going to be using this guy, which is the Perception 220. Excuse me, this one is the MXL 770. Perception 220 with a pop filter. And that is plugged in directly into this guy, which is the other coolest bit of tech that I've ever owned. You put these headphones on. This right here is the Zoom H6, which it is plugged into. It can record phantom power and all that jazz. I need to see if I have a memory card that I can use. I don't have one here, so let me go grab one real quick, and we'll begin recording, okay? And hopefully it won't take too long. I hope that you guys enjoy it, because I want to answer whatever questions I can for you guys. Do me a favor. The second segment of the show, if you've never listened to it, is a question and answer time for comments that have been put up on YouTube. Today, that's you guys. So go ahead and put up some comments for me to answer for y'all, whether it's about how to do art or anything about me or anything you want. I need your help. So put up a couple questions and I will answer them today. Okay? All right, so I'll be right back. I need to go get a memory card. Actually, I might have one right here. Yeah, come on. There we go. I know I have a memory card here. Let's see which one I have. Okay. Here they are. 4 gig will do just fine. I don't need anything crazy. I have made it my best effort to record a podcast every week since we started. I think this will be episode 12 or 13, and I'm super proud of that and super excited about that. So I definitely want to keep it going, and some of these days are a little rougher than others. So thankfully, I figured today would be the best day to go ahead and start doing this. Well, I mean to do this during our recording session like we've been doing. So let me go ahead and check my audio here. I can set this to record on channel 1. I hope you guys can see me okay. And I'm gonna turn it up. Oh, there we go. Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Hello, welcome to the Artisan Central podcast, the podcast that looks for the art in everything. Sounds awesome. Okay, let me check something here. That's zeroed out. That's good. What's your method of dealing with the blahs? You know, those days when you just can't get the creative fire stoked. That's a very good question. Okay, love it. Love it, love it. Okay. So here's how this is going to work, guys. What we're going to do is we're going to record 4 segments. First segment is going to be just an intro and just kind of the general stuff that I usually say. Second segment is going to be our question and answer time. That question is a very good one. And I will be scrolling up and down for whatever questions, but please ask as many as you want, and I'll pick the best ones, and we'll go for it. I'll need a few more to make it through that second segment, so whoever wants to help out with that. By the way, thank you for all 5 of you who are here, and I see we got 5 likes so far, so thank you very much. And then the third segment will be kind of more of a behind the easel. And if you guys haven't listened to Behind the Easel, that is just my midweek recording that I usually do when I'm driving down the road in my pickup truck heading to or from work. Since we don't have anybody we're interviewing today, and since we don't have any art content, we'll probably be talking a bit with the questions that you guys are sending in. I will go ahead and kind of do Behind the Easel to kind of tell you guys a little bit about that and kind of inspire people to go and subscribe to the blog. I mean, not the blog, but the podcast on iTunes and Stitcher. And then finally, the final segment is going to be our goodbyes and talking to people about how they can support the Artisan Central podcast and my channel. Okay? All right. So if you guys are ready to rock and roll, I'm ready to rock and roll. I'd love to have some more people in here, but we'll see what happens. And we're just going to have a good time, okay? All right. Let's go ahead and record this and get it out of the way. So folder 1, Zoom 1, recording wave 44.1, and we're going in through channel 1. That's 5.5, and check 1 2, mic test 1 2. That sounds good. Okay. All right, guys, let's make it happen. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Artisan Central podcast, the podcast that looks for the art in everything. Today is a very exciting day. We are actually recording this live on YouTube right now, and thank you very much to everyone who is in here and joining me. Very excited about it. I got 2 microphones in front of my face, which is very different than what I would usually do. It feels very busy in here. So got a bunch of great people. We got Mike. We got Tom. I keep wanting to say Tomislav. It's I call him Tom. And of course, we have 5 other people. We have 5 people in here grand total, and I don't know who they all are. So today is going to be very cool and a little different because, as you guys know, last week we had Aaron Blaze in, which was a ton of fun. I'm pretty sure it was last week, or was it the week before? I don't recall. But that was really cool. And if you guys haven't checked out that episode yet, you can find that here on YouTube, youtube.com/TimMichaelArts. Or, of course, you can subscribe to our podcast on iTunes and Stitcher. I'll tell you about that more in our final segment. So really, really excited to be with you guys for yet another episode. We've continued this for, as far as I can tell, about 13 weeks, coming up on 2 months of recording. That cannot be, oh, how would I say this? I was about to say that cannot be more exciting, but it really is super exciting. I am ballistic about that because I don't keep up with anything in my life. Everything that I always work on, I put down within a week, and we're up to 13 weeks of recording this show. So I hope that you guys enjoy it. Today will be different. As you guys might have noticed, we have not recorded the behind the easel this week, and that's because I've done quite a bit this week, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about that on our third segment, because today's going to be a sneak peek of what a behind the easel episode is like. And I'm looking forward to let you guys into that. So if you're here on the live stream, thank you very much for joining me, guys. And I'm looking forward to answering your questions in segment 2. And if you're not here, well, too bad you missed out. But you can go and take a look at our video. Oh, of course, we have Petty Blue in here. I'm so sorry, Petty. And of course, if you want to, you can go on youtube.com/Tim Michael Arts and watch the Drawing Live Recording the Artisan Central Podcast live episode. And you can see me saying all this same junk on camera. Hi, camera. How you guys doing? What's up? It's me. Okay, so for all you guys listening via ears, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that you're missing out on this. But I promise you guys, it is a lot of fun. And the reason that we record these episodes live, well, excuse me, not live, we record them via audio, is because I go to work every day and I want to listen to podcasts during the day. I listen to Serial, I listen to Radio Lab, I listen to a whole bunch of different podcasts. And if they were in video format, I would not be able to listen to them. So the opportunity to be able to have them in an audio format where I can listen to them on my phone and work during the day, that works out super well for me. And I want to give you guys that same opportunity as we talk about art, the arts, and as I say, looking for the art in everything. I want to make sure that we have that chance to enjoy it to its fullest. So that's the way to do it. Okay, guys, so today's going to be a little different. Like I said, we're not going to be jumping segments. You're probably not going to be hearing as much music. We're just going to jump into our next segments as we usually do. And up next, we have our question and answer time. So I've asked our guys here in the live chat to leave me a couple of questions. And in that couple of questions, I figured I'd go ahead and answer them, and we'd have a good time with it. So, of course, Mike Rhodes has a great question, and Mike Rhodes has actually been quite helpful for me today. He helped write a book on, you're going to have to help me remember what this book is called, and everyone can look it up on Amazon, Mike, but Beginner's Guide to Manga Studio. And Mike's been giving me a lot of help today as I've been working on a couple commissions and teaching me a few things I don't know. But he's got a great question. What is your method of dealing with the blahs? You know, those days when you just can't get the creative fire stoked? Honestly, that was me last night, and that was me earlier this morning. Every day, I hit two things. Two things happen to me. One, I become very aware of how well I do not draw. And then the other thing is I just can't come up with anything to draw. My mind goes to every other artist out there who is unique, exciting, has personality in their artwork. And I go, I want to do that well. I sit in front of my Cintiq, I look at it, and my mind draws a complete blank. In those moments, one of two things happens. One, I just start sketching, and I see what I can come up with. Two, actually, I got 3 moments here. 2, I walk away and I decide just not to draw, and I wait until something positive happens that inspires me to draw something. And 3, I work on a client piece. I usually have client pieces waiting in the wings, that need to get done for my clients anyway. So really, I'm just cheating by sitting around and not doing anything, when I could be getting stuff done for clients. Honestly, though, I spend a lot of my time at my work during the day. I'm a graphic designer by day and an artist by night. So when I come home, usually I like to come home and spend some time with my wife, and sitting down to do art for clients gets a little tiring. So usually I try to save that for the weekends or for other times around my week. But when it comes down to it, usually when I start drawing my client work and working on some of my friends' stuff, working on my client stuff, I find myself re-inspired to draw something else that I created, that I've thought of. And by doing that, that helps me kind of get out of my niche. So my suggestion is for those of us who kind of get stuck in the middle of how to move forward from being in a artist's block, the best thing you can do is either walk away from it and just wait and see what happens. Or more importantly, work on something that you weren't planning to work on and just let it force you into a moment of inspiration. That would be my best suggestion. You can also take a look at my video on YouTube where I have beating artist's block. And it's a couple techniques that kind of help you get out of that. You can look that up on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/TimMichaelArts. Let me see what else we have here. All the questions are starting to pop in now. We got all these guys putting down several ones. When sketching, what is your method to decide if it's going well or not? And when just to start all over? That's a tough one. Obviously it's feeling, like you said. When do you decide that it's going well? It's the feeling that you have. Is the sketch really starting to give you, when I'm drawing caricatures, I'm looking for when I'm really starting to get a feeling of someone's likeness coming through. Does it look like them or not? And I find that the best way I can work with that and the best way I can get the higher quality is to think loose. And that would be not to work with a pencil that's super thin, but to work with a big thick pencil when I'm drawing on the Cintiq or whatever, and really kind of get down there in just general blips. And when I feel like it's starting to get closer and closer and closer, I'll make a new layer, I'll draw on top of it, make a new layer, draw on top of it, and just get my sketch a little bit tighter every single time. If I feel like it's really getting there, then I'll just keep pushing. We're doing good. If not, then I go ahead and I start over, or I go work on something else. From Tom, we have, do you think knowing about marketing is important in graphic design, since you might work on advertisements to know what is appealing to people? Yes, I would definitely think that marketing is very important. You need to have an understanding about where eyes go to, what colors eyes dislike and what colors eyes like. Sometime I'll challenge you to take green and red, put them on top of each other, and try and look at it for a while. Your eyes will begin to strain, and things might begin to look a little shaky. And when that does happen, that is a very uncomfortable color for the eyes to feel. And green itself is a very powerful, vibrant color that is good for the eyes, but red is not. And blue is a very vibrant, hard on the eye color. And that's why if you put on the fancy glasses with the yellow or orange rims in them or whatever, everything turns more green, and sometimes it makes people feel a little better because they're not dealing with the blue. So it all depends. There are different colors, different things like that. Understanding where the eyes train first and last and things like that. I design vehicle wraps during the day, so that's like if you're going down the road and you see a car with a great big sign on the side of it, or the whole car is covered from head to toe in a graphic, that's what I create while I'm at work during the day. And then I come here at night and I work on commissions like simple caricatures and things like that. So it really does help to understand where the eyes are going to trail first, what colors work out best for the eyes and things like that. And that's going to help in marketing in general. And then also when it comes down to it, I do marketing for my business and I do marketing for the office that I work at. And when it comes down to it, the marketing that I do as I'm there is trying to figure out the triangle of marketing. How do I get people entangled into your website, into your Facebook page, into your Twitter, into your Tumblr, into your Instagram, into all those different ways? How do you keep them locked up inside there and just enjoying themselves and wanting to stay in your website for a while before they leave? Things like that. It's very good. So let's see what else we got. How do I figure out how much my artwork is worth? That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. And thank you for that question, Tom. Let's look at it like this. You're an artist, and as an artist, you have a certain level of creativity. And in that creativity, you need to understand one of two things. One, when people come to you and ask for a commission to be drawn, they're paying for two things. One, they're paying for your artwork, and second, they're paying for you. They have come to you and said, I want your artwork, the way that you do art. If they come to you and they say, I want you to draw like Tom, or I want you to draw like Mike, or I want you to draw like Petty Blue, or the drawing studio, those people, that's not the person to do work for. That's the person that you walk away from. If they come to you and say, I want you to draw a caricature in your style, then yeah, take that job, go for it. Because what people are really wanting to pay for is an image of themselves. And they've come to you because they like your work and they like how you do things. So when you draw, make sure you're drawing in your style and give them what you want to give them. Enjoy it. But oftentimes, a lot of us artists put ourselves down. And when we put ourselves down, we look at our stuff that we draw for our clients as cheap and chintzy. And so we put a lower price tag on it. I would say do your best not to do that. Understand that what you're doing is a skill that not many other people can do. And it's a very difficult task to draw. It might take you hours. It might take you days. It might take you minutes. You know, it really does depend on your kind of art, you know. But just remember that when people are paying for you, they're paying for your time. So when you do a piece, you need to understand, you need to time yourself, and you need to see how long it takes you to do a piece. 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, a day, 2 days, a week, a month. How long does it take you to paint it? And then once you do that, how much would you want to be paid per hour? Do you want to be paid $20 an hour, 25 an hour, 30? Okay, so if you were to do a piece like what I'm doing here right now, which none of you guys can see because we're on the camera, and if you are working on this piece so far, I've put about maybe an hour and a half into it, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. And let's say I worked 2 hours on it. Let's say I've done 2 hours. If I'm getting paid $20 an hour, well, the price tag on this caricature would be $40 an hour. That's about what I charge. And I think it's worth more, honestly, and I think other people think it's worth more as well. But when it comes down to it, in the end, I have to also look at one more thing. I need to understand that people can't pay as much as I'm worth sometimes. And it's going to be quality over quantity or vice versa. So maybe I need to lessen my skill level to put out artwork faster so I can drop the price so I can get in more clients, or vice versa. Maybe if I'm having too many clients, maybe I should raise the price so that brings less clients in so I can slow things down and be able to keep up with things. Right now I'm at a very even pace, a very even keel. I might get a new commission every week or so, and that's fine. I don't need that many to be okay with that, you know? Plus, I'm also doing gigs out at the theme parks here in Orlando, and I'm also working at my office during the day. So it really does depend on how much time you want to put into it. But my suggestion is, how many hours do you work on a piece? How much do you want to be charged per hour? And then do you think that's a realistic purchase that someone would make? Would you buy a caricature from me for $120? Probably not. But would you buy a caricature from me for $40, $30, $20? Oh, I'm sure you would. Depending on what you personally think. And that's what you have to understand. And that's all a part of the marketing that we've talked about. You have to understand what the daily American or daily whoever from whatever country they're in is able to purchase. You know, not everyone, especially in this economy, can afford to buy a big caricature. So there you go. There's your answer to that. The Mike Rhodes book is called Manga Studio Beginner's Guide. And he is also the sole author of the book. And you can pick it up from Packet. P-A-C-K-T, and you can also check it out at Amazon. Okay. When drawing from photo references, how do you keep the drawing live? That is, looking like it's done freehand. Don't trace. Don't trace. That's the main thing. And do your best if you're trying to draw it as a caricature to think outside the box, twist the face around, have some fun with it, and just stretch things out. As best you can. And I know that can lose likeness, but it's the best thing you can do. Is drawing just talent, and does talent play a role at all? I deal with a lot of people who don't believe they can draw. I try to make them believe they can. Okay, guess what, folks? You can draw. Good news, you can draw. But here's the negative. No, some people don't want to draw, and they say, I want to draw, but they don't want to. All right, so let's explain how this works, because I know that sounds super confusing. But here's the skinny, folks. When it comes down to it, everyone can draw if you put time and practice into it. This is not about not knowing how to draw. This is about priorities, okay? God has given each one of us a different priority. When it comes down to it, my priority is to draw and take care of my wife and to make YouTube videos and podcasts. That is my priorities, you know? Your priority might be, like my wife's, to keep the house organized, to take care of the bills, to do well at her job, to all those different things. And every person has a different priority. There's something that you're good at in your life that you invested your time into. I've invested my life in art. I was not always a great artist. I got better because I practiced. So when everyone comes to me when I'm drawing caricatures out at the theme parks and says, wow, I wish I could draw like that, I'm a terrible artist, I ask them, this is the first question I ask them, well, how long has it been since you've drawn? And they go, oh, 10, 15, 20 years. Exactly, because you haven't drawn in 10, 15, or 20 years. What are you expecting? What's up with that? Okay. So I would suggest, if you want to draw, if you have an honest desire to draw, the first thing that you have to tell yourself out of everything else is that you're lying to yourself. You can draw, and because you claim that you can't draw, the thing that you're doing to yourself immediately is pulling yourself away from what you want to do. And there's some people. I had a gal that I drew the other night at one of the resorts, and she looked at me and she said, "I can't even draw a stick figure right." Well, when was the last time you practiced drawing a stick figure? You see the point that I'm getting across here, guys. Your priorities might not be to draw, and because of that, you put your priorities on other stuff. And when the time comes down to it, of course you're not getting any better because you're not practicing it. If you want to be an artist, you have to practice. You don't. I did not come out of my mom's belly and immediately start drawing and be as awesome as I am today. Not saying that I'm awesome, but I'm definitely better than I was when I was a kid. Okay. Drawing scribbles across my parents' walls is definitely not the same thing as drawing caricatures on paper or on a Cintiq. We all have to go through stages of learning, and that's the process. So yes, talent is there. Talent is important, but I call talent a certain set of priorities. So you have talents, and your talents are going to truly depend on where your priorities are, where your heart is, what you want inside. Do you want to become a better artist? Then you're going to push to become a better artist. Do you want to have a big high paying job? Then you're going to push to have a big high paying job. All that stuff. All right. Let's see. I think that's about it. If you're a beginning artist, how do you get your artwork out there? Good question, Drawing Studio. The best way to do it is just to continue to practice. First off, you need to understand that there are people who are better than you out there. Okay. There are millions of better artists than I am. I can say that in a heartbeat, and I believe it 100%. When it comes down to it, though, you still have the ability to get out there with your stuff. Now, if you're young, this is your time to practice and get better, okay? And this is your time to try to get up to my level or another artist that you might appreciate. This is your time to grow. When you get older and you can afford getting a business license and beginning to have a business, that's when you start marketing yourself. Right now, what you can be doing is you can be practicing and putting a lot of effort to practice a lot and get as good as you can. And then when you get older, when you get old enough where you can have your own business and have your own license and start doing that stuff, well, hopefully the time that you've taken right now, take all of your artwork that you're drawing right now and post it online. Get it all online. Get it all where everyone can see it. That way everyone appreciates your work and starts following you and starts talking to you about artwork. You get to meet people who can help you get better at artwork, and that's what you put out there. And then finally, when you get to that point, when you get older, then definitely begin to market yourself as an artist who's willing to take on jobs. So you can say, hey, I'm here on Facebook, I'm here on DeviantArt, I'm here on whatever websites you're posting your stuff on, and I'm taking commissions. I'll draw a caricature of you, or I'll draw an illustration for you for $5 or $10 or $15. Start at the bottom, work your way up. Not a lot of people are going to want to buy from you at first. It took me years before I was even able to make my first sale. So that would be my best suggestion, is use this time to do one of two things. Well, two things. Practice and put your artwork online so that way people can see your stuff, learn to like your stuff, learn to talk to you and see that you're a cool person, and then you go from there. Okay? That's my best advice. So keep pushing right now. Get better at art, and then when you feel like you're ready and you can get a business license and you can do things legally, then you get out there and do your stuff. Okay? Drawing is 90% skill, and skills can be learned. It just takes time and practice. There you go. I agree, Mike. Have you ever had a period in life where you just thought that you are not interested in art anymore and did something else? Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I've drawn a lot. I've always been an artist. I've always drawn. But I remember there was a gentleman who came over to my house one night and took all of my artwork and took a look at it and said, you know what? You need to stop drawing manga and you need to start drawing your own style. And that hit me really hard. But he said, you could be a professional artist. You could make money doing this. And I told him I didn't want to be an artist. I didn't know what I wanted to be. At that point in time, I probably still wanted to be a garbage man because I got to play with the levers on the side of the truck. But when it came down to it, I often switch roles. I'll always draw. I'll always be an artist, but all the time I switch and I learn to play music and I learn to what else do I do? I've learned to write music. I've learned to sculpt, like all of my sculpting stuff that I got behind me here. Um, I've learned to do a lot of things, and that's because I'm constantly changing what I'm doing and trying to figure out new ways to do things and come up with new skills. I'm a guy. I don't know if you guys have heard the term a jack of all trades and a master of none. I'm not good. I'm not perfect at anything, but I do know a lot of stuff and I can do a lot of different things. I can build a website. I can do graphic design. I can do art. I can write music. I can do a lot of different things. And that's because I'm so ADD and so crazy that I spread myself very wide in everything that I can do. So there you go. Let's see. Let's see. What Tim is saying should be put on a loop, and all aspiring artists should listen to it. Thanks, Mike. Let's see. What's a good way to walk away from clients who won't pay you a fair rate without looking bad? Well, first off, don't take the job. You have to set the prices. You set the price first, okay? You tell them this is the price and they should pay it. And if they don't pay it, don't do the job. If they try and change their mind after the fact, after you've done the drawing, then you do not give them the artwork. Everything that you send them, make sure you send them low resolutions of everything. That way, sure, they might get to keep something, but it's not the quality that they were wanting. If you do send them something, send them only bits and pieces. So that way they don't get the final product until they've paid full price. Okay. Now, 90% of the time for me, my clients pay full price up front. And I send them the artwork. And if they don't like it, I tell them, I'm sorry, I do not take refunds because I've drawn this the whole time for you. I've already put all of this. Into this. And since you were paying me for my hours, I'm not going to refund you because I've put that many hours of work into your piece. That's your fault for buying from me and not getting what you expected, because what you should have expected is what I was creating for you and how I created it for you. If you're wanting Joe Schmo over here to do the drawing, he couldn't do it and you came to me, then yeah, of course you're not going to get what you want. Okay. So I would definitely suggest have them pay first, or at least make sure that you set the rate, you set the price. Okay. In any other circumstance, you need to just say, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I feel like this is unfair, and you walk away. You're not always going to have a perfect sale. Yeah. And let me say this, an artist a long time ago told me something that has stuck with me for years. And it's one of the best things that I've ever heard. And it's really simple. It is a mathematical fact that you are going to get people who do not like your work after you've created it for them. A mathematical fact. And here's what I mean. When it comes down to it, you are drawing so many caricatures and you're giving away so much stuff to people that there is a big chance that at some certain point in time, there's going to be someone who does not like your stuff. Not because you've done anything wrong at all. It's just because there's someone out there who didn't get what they were expecting. It's not your fault. It's their fault for expecting something different. So just remember that, because that really, I hate rejection with every fiber of my being. I detest rejection. I hate it. So one of the reasons why I didn't get into caricatures for forever, even though I wanted to, was because I was scared of rejection. I was truly scared of rejection. I didn't want to work at the theme parks because I didn't want to be rejected. I didn't want to do gigs because I didn't want to be rejected. But then for some reason, I just felt a need to do it anyway, and I pushed into it. And it was really hard getting hit with all the rejections of being a caricature artist. And finally, it came down to him walking up into me and saying, hey, look, this is not your fault. This is a mathematical fact. And that, from that moment on, it made all the difference in the world to me. It made so much sense. So keep that in mind. That's something I'm definitely wanting to make sure you guys understand. Let's see what else we got. What do you do if clients pay good but are just very annoying? Push through, get it done, and don't sell them anything else. If you have really annoying clients and they pay well, it's up to you whether you're going to deal with them on every sale or not. Do you want the money, or do you want the ability to breathe at the end of the day. That's up to you, because I've had some very annoying clients who want redraws over and over, and they'll even pay extra to have those redraws done. But when it comes down to it in the end, do you want to deal with that annoyance, or do you want to walk away satisfied? That's up to you, and every situation is going to be different, and that's okay. Just take it with a grain of salt and a step at a time, okay? Take a sip of soda here, and we'll keep looking at what we got. It's we're 26 minutes in on this thing, and we're still recording questions. I like it. Let's see what else we have. Do you find having outside interest, music writing, etc., adds to your art? Well, I would say certain things. Writing adds to my art, because 9 times out of 10 I'm writing comic stuff, which is why I do have No Clue webcomic and also .com webcomic, which I haven't drawn either of those in a while, but I do find that when I do write, that's what I write. So that affects it. Music, I find that the music is very useful for doing the podcasts, because I'll use a lot of my music in my podcasts. I haven't recently, because I like some of the other stuff I've used recently, but I will often find that 9 times out of 10, I'll use music, or I will have learned something from any of the other things I'm working on that helps me in those ways. So yes, I would say yes, it does. It does help you and does add to your art, because you learn a lot from it. All right, let's see what else we have. Let's see. Having a contract that spells out everything, time, rate, guidelines for changes is a good thing. It seems that this would weed out possible bad clients. Yeah, it certainly would. Now, some clients would prefer a little bit more flexibility. That all depends. Usually, I will. Anytime I get a sale in, I usually write up an invoice, which is done through PayPal. PayPal has a great invoice system, and I would suggest that if you write up those no refunds, this is for 10 hours of work or whatever, usually that's a very good contract, and it keeps it simple, where it's not like you're saying, sign here, a million words of things that you need to read, just legalese. Oh, don't worry about it, just sign here. By giving them, the invoice with all that information on it, it is really helpful. So, have you ever dealt with people who were offended by your caricature? Absolutely. And once again, it's not your fault. It's okay. Don't worry about it, and just keep pushing on, get through them or whatever. What is my sleep routine? That is an awesome question. My sleep routine is negative, and we'll talk about that here in this next segment. That's actually a really good time to jump to our next segment and discuss my sleep routine. Oh my word. Oh, okay. I'll answer 3 more questions. 3 more questions, and then we're gonna jump over to segment 3, because boy, oh boy, do I have an answer for that one. So, Crow, good question. Get ready for a crazy answer. Here we go. How often do you have an unfinished caricature picture laying around on your desktop and you just don't get to it? Millions. Every day, constantly. I have millions and millions of files in my computers and in my external hard drives and all that stuff. That is just stuff I have not gotten completed. I guarantee you that. Absolutely guarantee you that. There is no way, shape, or form that I don't have unfinished work. Who is your favorite superhero? I am a humongous fan of Iron Man and Wolverine. Those are my 2 favorites, Iron Man and Wolverine. Wolverine is my absolute favorite. Iron Man is my second favorite. And I also like Deadpool, but and I got these 2 right here. My wife got me these. I'll show you these real quick. Here they are. Okay, and I keep them in the box. That's how bad I am. Here's my Iron Man. Isn't that cute? And then here's my Deadpool. So there you go. Okie dokie. One more question, and then we're going to switch over to the big question from Crow. Last question. Bring it on. Trying to balance them back up there. There we go. Whew. Well, it has been fun so far, and we'll get back to drawing in a little bit. But favorite webcomic? Oh goodness. Favorite webcomic? I don't read many webcomics, admittedly. And some of the ones that I do read, I would not suggest for certain people. because I try to make sure to keep it clean for everyone. I mean, that's the big thing about the podcast and the YouTube channel and things like that. I want to make sure that all ages can come in and read a lot of these different web comics and things like that. And that's why I created my web comic, is because I wanted something clean that kids could read and stuff like that as well. Well, at the same time, having an adult feel that would be okay for adults. By the way, we have 9 people in here. That's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I hope that you're enjoying yourselves. I certainly am. And this is a very unique podcast today. Like I said, this is the Artisan Central podcast. We're actually recording it live right now, and this is going to be an unedited podcast. So every and ah that you hear is going to be in the final podcast. But we're on, I think, either episode 12 or 13, and this has been really fun. So if you're enjoying listening to this, then please consider listening to the podcast on a regular basis. You can find it on iTunes and on Stitcher. And I'm going to tell you guys how you can help support me, because I need a lot of help to keep it running. It does cost a bit of money to keep all this stuff running. So I could use your help, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that a little bit later. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out. If I had to choose web comics, oh man, like I said, I don't have many that I'm okay with suggesting for everybody. One that I thought was funny was from Lar Desua, and Lar, and it's, but I can't remember what it is. It's kind of based off of World of Warcraft, and I can't remember the name of it. And that one's okay. It's got some foul language and stuff, but it's, as far as I know, it's not terrible. But I don't remember what it's called. I should remember it. I've been reading quite a few. I've been reading and the gentleman who gave me the idea of putting acetate on my screen as a protector. He has a web comic. It's called Hijinks Ensue, and I've been starting to read that one, which is kind of cute. But I think that one has some foul language too. So I really don't have a favorite right now. I think, okay, no, my favorite right now, even though they've gone on a different track that I don't really like. Thank you. Looking for Group. Looking for Group is the name of the one that I used to read all the time. And the one that I'm reading more often these days, but I don't like where they're taking it, and I would not suggest it for everybody, would be one right now called Zombie Roomie. That one's kind of funny, but they're taking some different tracks that I'm finding a little inappropriate. But Looking for Group, I think, is pretty funny, and of course, my stuff is always fun to write and do. It's going to be a comic from IDW too. Lars is a great artist. Yeah, Lars is really good. He's amazing. Some of his stuff is is more crude than I would prefer suggesting for people to read. But he is an amazing artist, and he's a cool guy, and I've always enjoyed talking with him and watching his live streams. And I've had the chance to chat with him, and he's a really great guy. So yeah, definitely. Okay, well that'll wrap it up for the question time. We can do a little bit more later, but let's go ahead and get on to segment 3 and get back to Crow's stuff, and that is, what is my sleeping schedule? What a great question, Crow. I appreciate that. So, are you ready for the big answer? None. Okay, so let's go through my week, and this is the Behind the Easel. And if you guys don't know what Behind the Easel is, Behind the Easel is basically the show that I record either on Wednesday or Thursday. That is the behind the scenes of my life. So instead of hearing a more professional podcast, that would be the Artisan Central podcast, you can listen to a little bit more about behind the scenes, what I've been up to, what I'm thinking about that day, what I'm stewing on or whatever. And definitely it's a fun way just for me to chat with you guys. I take my recorder with me in the truck, and I'll usually record while I'm in the truck, driving to or from work, or just wherever I am and whenever I can get the moment. I've recorded at my church. I've recorded all over the place, and it's been a lot of fun. So this week I have not been able to record that, and that's because of my week. Let's talk about this. Monday, I worked from 8 to 4:30. I came home. Everything was splendid. And then Tuesday was was it Tuesday? Hang on, I got to think back here. I'm working on it. Hang on. Okay. All right, Monday. I believe, all right, my brain is getting all askew already. Monday I went to work. Tuesday I stayed home. No, I'm sorry, guys. I have to remember this, and this is how bad my week has been. It has been so twisted that I can barely remember it. All right, so basically, let's think about this. One day, and if you could see me on the camera right now, oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay, I look really messed up. All right, so one day I went to work normally. The next day I stayed home and I went into work Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday. I stayed in and I went to work at 4:30 in the afternoon. I was going to be printing all night long. I was printing some vehicle wraps, and we had to work on some stuff. Some things had broken down, and we had to wait for someone to come in and fix them. So I went in at 4:30 at night. Okay, usually I work from 8 in the morning to 4:30 at night. I went in at 4:30 at night. I stayed overnight, and I didn't leave until Wednesday morning at 11 a.m. I worked 19 hours without a lunch break straight. 19 hours, no sleep, no sleep. And then I Wednesday was the day that I got out of work at 11 o'clock, and I went home. I tried to stay awake as best I could. I got a 1 hour nap, and then I went to bed at 7 o'clock at night, and I slept until about 10 o'clock the next morning because my body had to do some serious recuperation. I went into work late that day, and then that night, I had to go work out at a theme park at one of the resorts in Orlando, and I was out there from 6:30 to 11:30 at night. Didn't get home and didn't get to bed until about 12:30, I think, maybe closer to 1. And then I woke up and my week began to finally taper off normally. I admit yesterday was a rough day. When you have found yourself in a major overload of sleep depression, and not sleep depression, yeah, sleep deprivation. We'll call it sleep deprivation. Your hormones in your body change, and you become mean. I become mean, and I was quite negative for most of my day yesterday at work. I admit I feel bad about that. It wasn't mean, like I wasn't putting people down or anything, but I had a very negative attitude. Well, this isn't going to get done, and that's not going to get done. And when a joke would come up, I would be the negative part of that joke. I would make fun of people, the situation in a negative way, and that's not what I usually am. I'm usually a very positive, outgoing person. But man, oh man, my mojo, everything about me was the complete opposite direction, and I just was not able to get my head back in a positive mood until I got home. Once I got home, I went out to dinner with my wife. We had a great night, which was last night, and it got me in a great mood. And I got to come home, and we had a nice evening. And then today's today, and I'm in a great mood. Everything's good. But that is my long answer, Crow, to your question. What is my sleep schedule this week? I've had next to no sleep. Working 19 hours straight and not getting missing a whole night of sleep. My body has been trying to recuperate for the last couple of days. I've been going to bed at 8 o'clock every night to try and recuperate from it. It's been insane. So that's what's going on. Now, to answer your question, my normal sleep schedule, I'll usually go to bed about 1 a.m. and I'll wake up at about 6:40, 6:50 a.m. To quickly get dressed, take a shower, throw on some clothes. I take a shower with all my clothes on because apparently I get dressed first and then take a shower. And then I head off to work. I get home from work about 5. I work till 1 a.m. and then I do it all over again. So usually my schedule is about 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., which for my body, I need more sleep, but I don't do it. And that's totally my fault. Absolutely my fault. But, that's just how the cookie crumbles, if you know what I mean. And you got to find time during the day to do all that. So definitely a unique week, a very unique week. This is not a regular in any way, shape, or form for me. It's been a lot of work and a lot of time dedicated to getting things done at the office, which has removed a lot of time for working on commissions for clients or anything else I do. So there you go, guys. That's the gist of my week this week, and it was crazy. It was very crazy, and that was what I was going to talk to you guys about on this Behind the Easel. Also, I told you guys I think it was the last Behind the Easel that I had ordered my Cintiq, and that it was the Artisan Central podcast, last week's Artisan Central podcast, that I'd ordered the Cintiq and that it was on its way in the mail. And if something went wrong with it, I would let you guys know. Thankfully, it's running wonderfully. And like I've said all throughout this time, I've watched a couple videos from the artist who makes hijinksandSue.com. And he had a suggestion for if you have a Cintiq with scratches on it, that you need to go out and need to buy yourself some acetate, which is basically a sheet of plastic that you can cut. And once you cut it to shape, you can stick it on with some Scotch double stick tape, and it will work awesome. And then you can clean it with this stuff, which I have right here, which is the eye clear for Apple stuff. And you put that on there and wipe it down, and it makes your screen super smooth, and it works awesome. It works awesome, and the screen is wonderful. I've always wanted a Cintiq 21 or a Cintiq bigger than my little 12WX, so this has been an amazing thing. A friend of mine suggested that I pick up one from a guy on eBay, and he was completely right, and I'm glad I did. 10 people on here. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming and hanging out. This is awesome. Thank you very much, guys. And I love that we're doing this live. I hope that you guys are enjoying the live recording, and I hope everyone doesn't mind the terrible mistakes and stuff that I've been doing all throughout this, where I would usually edit these guys out at the end of the podcast. So I hope that you enjoy that. So yeah, everything's going great in my world. Mandy and I are doing very well. We've come up on our 1 year of marriage since December 27th. We went, and I might have already told you guys this. We went, yes, I did. In another Behind the Easel, I did. If you haven't listened to that episode yet, you can listen to it on Stitcher or on iTunes, and it's called The Horror Hotel. And we went to a hotel for our anniversary, and things went wrong, and it was quite interesting. So if you guys want to hear that, you can go to iTunes and Stitcher and listen to that. Let me tell you guys a little bit about how this works. Artisan Central podcast goes on the air every Saturday, whenever I can do it, and if not, it goes on the air Sunday. So what I also have is something called Behind the Easel, and I've mentioned that several times, but I'm trying to make sure it's clear. Behind the Easel does not go up on YouTube. It only goes up on the podcast. You can listen to the podcast on iTunes and Stitcher. All you have to do is go to your iTunes, look for podcasts, and look up the Artisan Central podcast. You subscribe to that, and you got all of our episodes, both Artisan Central podcast and Behind the Easel, and you can listen to them all the time. Then, if you want to, you can also go to Stitcher, which is kind of the PC/Android version of iTunes. And Stitcher, you can listen to it on a web browser, or you can download it on your phone. I actually have a Stitcher app. And if you download the Stitcher app onto your phone, you just go on there and you look up the Artisan Central podcast. I love Stitcher because I have I listen to a ton of different podcasts. I'm waiting for it to load so I can show you guys. Come on. Hurry up. Hurry up. You're making me look bad. Hurry up. There we go. So you can go to your My Stations page, and you can take a look at your favorites list, and I have all of my favorite podcasts right there. And, of course, if I scroll down at the very bottom is the Artisan Central podcast. You can click on that. You can listen to the show, or you can hit episodes. And here's all of our episodes that we've recorded so far. All the way back to before we actually became the Artisan Central podcast. And you can listen to the Tim Michael Arts show, which was talking about how to make I'm thinking about how to market your business and stuff like that. So for a lot of you guys wondering how to market your business, you can listen to those super ancient episodes, and that's there for you. So thank you very much, Mike. He says, happy anniversary. Been about 25 years for me. Thank you very much. We hope to surpass 25 easily. This is a relationship that will continue on. So Wing SZE man. So there you go. Thank you very much for sharing. That's awesome. You love the live thing, Tom. Great. Eon, she's here. Eon's always been with us and has always been around when we do live shows. So finally she's here. The only person we're missing is Mr. Random Cuber. If we had him here, then we'd just have the whole set, wouldn't we? And she says that she really enjoyed the interview with Aaron Blaze. really helped her out with the project she's working on. That's awesome. Just so you guys know, if you have any questions for Aaron Blaze, he's willing to come back on the show. I just need you to send your questions over to artisancentralpodcast@gmail.com, okay? artisancentralpodcast@gmail.com. You can send those over there, and I will make sure that he gets them, and that's some questions that we will answer on the podcast at a later date, okay? So keep that in mind, all right? And we got a lot of people who are enjoying this, and this is wonderful. 11 people on here. We're setting a record, folks. I'm not even drawing right now. We got 11 people on here. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure that everyone gets into the chat room and chats with us. We definitely, I love seeing everyone in here. And once we get done recording this show, then I am going to immediately jump back onto drawing on my big screen and getting back to finishing up some commissions. And you guys are welcome to stick around and watch for a bit too. I will probably be shutting down at about 4:30 today because wifey will be on her way home and she deserves some quality time. So, yeah, Tom. Oh, I know. Tomcat's always been here. We always got Tom here. So, thank you so much, everyone. This is awesome. I mean, 11 people here, and I'm not even doing any drawing. Usually, if I'm here talking and not recording a show, if I'm here just chatting away, everyone leaves. That's the usual thing. I'm glad everyone seems to like the show. This is very cool. It's just weird that I can't comment from my phone. Well, I'm sorry, Tom. Well, everyone. I guess I don't know how many people are actually watching this from your phones. Has technology actually come that far? I remember when we couldn't do that. Let's see. We're getting a lot of comments in, and that's why you're hearing the thing. That's all my phone. So. Oh, guys, this has been so much fun. And if you have any more questions, I'll be happy to answer them, and we can put them on the end of the podcast, where if people want to keep listening to the podcast, they can see more of those. And remember, for those of you who are listening via the podcast right now, which is a pre-recorded live show that we're doing right now, you can go to youtube.com/TimMichaelArts and find the video called Drawing Live, Recording the Artisan Central Podcast Live. And you can listen, of course, and watch this all over again with me and my ugly mug looking right at you right now. All right, so hey, let's go ahead and do our fourth segment and get ready to go ahead and shut down the podcast for some more questions, okay? So in segment 4, what we do is we usually say our goodbyes, but more importantly, I tell you guys how I need your help, and I need your help really good, and I can tell you that. I'm going to say two things. One, let's talk to YouTube first. For everyone who likes my YouTube videos, and I have a whole bunch of them on how to draw, tutorials and speed paints and a whole bunch of different stuff. It's all free, as you guys know. YouTube always is. But there's a lot of time that goes into drawing caricatures and a lot of time that goes into making these videos. And the thing that a lot of us YouTubers have to do is we have to look at where the money is coming in. So right now I should be focusing on drawing more caricatures for my clients because that's where the money is. That's how I make my money, and that's how I'm able to have more spending money to buy my tablets and take care of my wife and take her out to dinners and do fun things like that. But I would love to make more videos for you guys on YouTube. I would love that. It's just that's not where the money is. So if you guys are wanting to really support me and really help me make more videos for you guys, I need a humongous, humongous favor, and it would touch my heart so deeply. If you would go to patreon.com/TimMichaelArts. patreon.com/TimMichaelArts. That is kind of like a Kickstarter, but how it works is you donate however much you want to donate for every single YouTube video that I make. Every time I make a new YouTube video and post it online, it will let you know that I've made one, and it will say, are you willing to pay Tim the amount that you promised? And you can say yes or no. Also, you can set a limit. So say for some reason I get on a crazy YouTube video making spree and I make 20 videos, and you were donating $1 a video, and you're planning on maybe only donating $1 per month, or $1, maybe $4 for 4 videos a month, maybe once a week, and I draw 20 videos. You can set your limit to make sure that you don't suddenly find $20 missing out of your account because I took it all. You can set that limit so that you give what you wanted to give, and you can give as little or as much as you like. But let me say, guys, it costs a lot of money to do all the stuff I'm trying to do, to make new videos, to buy the new equipment to make these new videos, and all the different stuff I'm doing. I need your help financially. And if you have the financial means to offer $1 a video or even 50 cents a video, I've seen people do that, it would mean the world to me. And it just means a lot to see new people say, hey, I'm willing to support you with your money. And I really appreciate that. So please consider that. Patreon.com/Tim Michael Arts. If you enjoy what you're listening to right now, whether on audio or on the live stream, the Artisan Central podcast also has a Patreon. Patreon.com/Artisan Central podcast. If you want to see more podcasts or you want to see more content in the podcasts, we need you guys to donate there as well. Patreon.com/Artisan Central podcast. And then, of course, I would really appreciate it if you guys would subscribe via iTunes or Stitcher to the podcast. We love that. And I appreciate seeing more listeners on there. And everyone's leaving their comments on YouTube. Thank you. And I hope that you guys would consider subscribing also to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Tim Michael Arts. Remember that you can follow me on Facebook on both Artisan Central Podcast and Tim Michael Arts. Just look those up on Facebook. You can take a look at all my new artwork that I stick up every now and then on Instagram by looking up iTunes on Instagram. Tim Michael Arts on Instagram. I am totally out of there. That would be totally edited out right now, except we're doing this live. We're going live. And then I think I've covered about everything I can think to cover. I'm sure there's more than that, but the Patreon is the most important thing, guys. I need financial help to keep all this stuff running. This takes a lot of time and a lot of energy, and if I don't have the financial means to keep it going, the only thing I can do is close it all down. And I have websites that I'm trying to run. I have YouTube videos I'm trying to make. I have a million things I'm trying to do, so the financial help would be amazing. So patreon.com/Tim Michael Arts would be super helpful if you want to see more videos on YouTube, and patreon.com/Artisan Central Podcast if you want to see more videos, more audio clips like the Artisan Central Podcast created. And we'll see where we go to from there. So 11 wonderful people in here. Thank you so much, guys. 12 now. Wow, that's awesome. And yes, also Tom is mentioning something very important. I greatly appreciate it. Tom is saying if you donate $15 per video, you will get a caricature from me, and I'll be happy to draw that up. Now, that's a lot of money, so let me put it to you this way. If you want to do a one-time donation for $15 for one video, I will draw a caricature of you, okay? So that is still that's still a lot that it takes for me to make those caricatures, but I'd be willing to do that, so keep that in mind. It's a lot cheaper than ordering a real caricature from me. It would probably be just a very basic sketch, but I would do my best to still give you something fun. And Jan says, very true, and it's very fun being a patron. It's a great way to help out your favorite creators. And she might be becoming a patron of the Artisan Central Podcast. She will see what she can do. It's all the budgets. For those of you who cannot support, then don't worry about it and just keep subscribing to the stuff, keep listening to the stuff, and please enjoy. Please leave your comments. Your comments are very important as well. And then, of course, if you can, leave all of your positive notes on iTunes. The more people that we get that leave comments on iTunes, the more ratings will go up, and the more we get attention on iTunes. So. Okay, guys, well, that's going to do it for the Artisan Central Podcast. Cue the exit music right here. Thank you very much for listening to the Artisan Central Podcast, and thank you very much for joining me here on this live event where we've had over 12 people in here to enjoy all of this, which has been so much fun. And we're going to have more coming up in the future with lots more episodes that you can listen to on iTunes and Stitcher. Make sure that you subscribe to us on those, and we will see you guys next time. God bless you. We love you all. And if you want to, you can continue to listen as we do a little bit more Q&A. I'm sure these guys have a few more questions that I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, stop this thing now, and we'll call it a day. So God bless you all. We'll see you next time. All right, guys. Do you have any more questions for me, or are we going to call it quits there, too, and get back to drawing? It's up to you. Good soda. 54 minutes. That's excellent. Usually I like to keep these shows about 55 minutes to an hour, so that's very good. Am I active on Instagram? I might tag you in these artworks if I do. Yes, I'm very active on Instagram. Absolutely. I love Instagram. Just tag me on those. That'd be great. You go right ahead. I would say that Instagram is my favorite over Twitter, because I barely touch Twitter. I don't like Twitter, honestly. Instagram is definitely made for artists because you can put your pictures up there. And yes, Drawing Studio, I do have an Instagram. Just look up Tim Michael Arts on Instagram. Tim Michael Arts. Switch over headsets here. Oh, these guys are really big and really hot. So I'm going to switch headsets and we'll record just a little bit longer on this video and we'll go from there. Okay, Eon, you have a good time and we'll see you in a little bit. This way I can put on some music and enjoy some beats. Beats, 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 beats. And how's that go? Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. You know. All right. All right, well, it seems like everyone's good on questions, so I'm going to go ahead and close off the recording on the podcast, and that'll work. So thank you very much, everybody. That was a very good episode, and we'll post that up on the podcast system tonight, okay? So you can download that onto your phones on iTunes and Stitcher this evening, okay? There we go. Excellent. Great recording. All right. And that, as they say, is that. Still really hot in here. Let me go check the air conditioner really quick. I'm still burning alive. Hang on a sec. All right, my friends. So it is 3:07 right now. We're going to be finishing up the show at 4:30. Well, maybe a little bit earlier than that. We'll say 4:25. That's when my wife will be getting off of work, and I want to make sure that she has my full attention on the way home. Oops, I see tags coming in on Instagram. Let me check and see what's going on the phone real quick, and then we'll get back to our fun stuff. And I can also adjust this way if you'd like, just so you don't mind the mess. And you can see what I'm doing here for a little bit. Got a crazy glow from outside there. Is that from outside? No, that's from the light. Maybe that's from the light. That's crazy bright. What is that? That must be from the light up here. Let's see what happens if I try to block it. Maybe, maybe not. No? Huh. I have no idea where that light's coming from. It's coming from the kitchen. Ha! Sorry, guys. Don't mean to spoil it for you. There we go. Okay. Ah, very cool. Nice shading on that stuff. By the way, thank you for everyone who's been showing all your support on. Thank you for everyone who's been showing all your support on the Instagram. I've been really enjoying having you all on there. I'm gonna move the microphone real quick, just a wee bit. There we go. Awesome. So yeah, it's been really, really fun having everyone on there. Very cool. All right. Let's keep working here. I might jump off onto something else in a little bit and just kind of have some fun for the last little bit of time before I get off this video. That way we can have some fun. But we'll see. I really should put the camera on the other side. If you guys hang on a second, I'll try and set that up. Hang on just a second. I'll see if I can turn the camera over on the other side so you can see what I'm doing from the left side instead of the right side. Pretty sure I got a tripod around here somewhere. Bear with me a sec. I think you guys would appreciate that view a little bit more. Hang on just a second. I got an idea. I have a microphone stand that I am going to tape the webcam to, and that should give you a good view from the other side. So that should work out great. Here we go. Hang on a second. Oh, dear, it's not quite long enough. Sorry, guys. A little messy. Okay. The only thing I need is some tape. Well, I figured it would work. It should. I just don't have any tape directly close by. But that would work out just fine. So hang on just a second. I'll probably have to get some unless I can find an alternative. Maybe some, yeah, this ought to work. Some wire. Hang on a sec. Sorry, I'm making all the noise. Hang on. Use some sculpting wire, and that should work. I've never done anything with Cycra. I would love to do something with Cycra, but I've talked with him in the past, but I haven't. And I'm not sure if I know who Syncs is. Actually, I'm pretty sure I know who Syncs is. I think I've seen some of their videos on YouTube. I've seen everyone's videos on YouTube, but I haven't done anybody I've done collaborations with has been lesser known people. I haven't gotten to the point where any newer people have been asking me to come on their shows or anything. And I'm okay with that in good time, you know. We'll see what happens. There we go. Okay. So that will hopefully give you guys a little bit of a better view, and I will be happy to close the blinds for you so you can kind of get a better feel for things. Probably not this way, though. Nope. There we go. I'll do this for a little bit because sadly I'm having to work around a wire, and that's going to get in the way real quick. Let me move this arm out of the way. You guys should still be able to hear me okay. Okay. We'll see. This might not work out as well as I'd hoped, but we'll see. Because I got this cable here that you guys are seeing, and there's no real good way to keep it away from me. I need to get a... Well, and the thing is, I'm pretty satisfied with how many people know me so far. Honestly, I'm amazed how far things have come already. by quite a bit. I was not expecting to. I dreamed about having 7,000 subscribers, but I never understood, never thought that that would happen, you know. So I'm pretty satisfied, and obviously Psychra and everyone else is going a completely different route than I do. I would say that my style and my technique is very different from theirs, so they probably wouldn't have me on their show just because I'm different, you know, in my opinions and all that sort of stuff. I don't know. If they wanted me on, I certainly wouldn't argue, but that's okay. I think what it would require is a lot of people on YouTube going to them and saying, "Why don't you interview Tim Michael?" You know, or whatever. And I think if they did, if that happened, then yeah, I would be over there quick enough. But it just hasn't gotten to that point yet. Anything like that requires supporters willing to, you know, make a name or a statement for themselves. You know, everyone has to go and speak on my behalf to the people that they want me to be involved with. Once they do that, then maybe I have more of a chance. I'll have to see if I can buy an extension USB so that this can sit a little bit further away and you can see a bit more. I don't think they cost that much. I like how this looks, but I'm going to try one other version. Kind of go old school and do what I used to do. Hang on just a second. It's going to need something like this. I don't want the color wheel. I want the HSV. And something saturated like that. I'll show you another technique that I use pretty quick. I might prefer it over some of my other options that I've been doing today. You could always tell them, "Nice video cast you have here. Shame something should happen to it if you don't have Tim Michaels." That'd be terrible. Oh boy. Everyone will start committing treason. All right, so I think that's a little bit too dark. Let's go a little bit lighter. It's not brown enough. So let's take it just a bit brown. Okay, how about that? Let's see how that looks. I should probably go and pull from my other stuff, but we'll just try this for starters. So what I'm doing here instead now is I'm going to just do a hard shadow, and then I'll shade out I'll only make certain parts of the shadow blended, very few of them, honestly. Maybe the cheeks I'll blend out or something like that, but you'll see everything's going to be pretty hard shadows. And then from there, I'll add some blood tones and such, just to make it look like blood's running through the face a bit more. And that usually is as far as I take these. And we'll see how much I like it in comparison to what I was doing before. Like I said, it's quality over quantity. Sometimes you need to do more stuff quicker, and it helps if you can do it quick. And this is the technique that I use to do that, to get out more pieces fast. Usually looks very cute. I'm usually pretty proud of how the final concepts turn out. Um, but it does depend on how quickly I need to get stuff done. Put my headphones back on here. I think what everyone's going to have to do is say, hey, we're boycotting you until you have Tim Michael on. I'm liking this one more so far. Let's see what happens if I put some highlights in here. Thanks again. Let's see, going to use the blur by fiber brush for the shading. I don't do the fiber brush myself. I just use the generalized blur. Thanks again for that angle trick with drawing eyes. I am using a random celebrity generator to try to draw quick caricatures. It works great so far. Very cool. Let me see what's going on my phone real quick. Well, the one and only Kimberly Bangle is actually on with us right now, and she likes what she sees. That's always good. Yeah, I admit I like that far better than the route I was going. So we're deleting everything I worked on, and we're going this way again. That's why I do it. That's exactly why I do it. Let's get some blood put into the skin tones now. Not too much. I mean, you can heavily saturate it if you want, but the goal is to be very gentle with it. Just looking at where it would be popping out. And then I'll darken it. Just like that. And that's going to make it all pop out nice and pretty. Phone call from Wyoming. I don't take phone calls. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to let it keep ringing. Sorry about that. I screen all of my calls these days. I get constant phone calls from all over the globe, and 90% of the time it's spam. So I do not answer my phone for that reason. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Most of my stuff isn't organic feeling. Most of my stuff is very hard and untexturized, which I kind of like it that way, but I'll keep that in mind for another time. I always wait until someone leaves a message. If they leave a message, then I go, oh, there is someone who called me, But 9 times out of 10, no one ever leaves a message. So, okay, now that I've drawn the iris so big, the eyeball so big, excuse me, iris, I am now shrinking it up to get the right feel for her face. And once I get the way I want it, and I think that's about it right there, then I'm going to go ahead and lock the transparency. And let's stick some brown in there. Whoops. Don't want to erase. I simply want to color. There we go. Zoom in. So this I'm going to go ahead and maybe, I might put some more texture in the eyes here just to give it a different feel, which I guess in this case would just be eye. Thank you, Studio. Appreciate it. Maybe I didn't keep my right click programmed into that bottom button. Oops, just opened up my email. Not what I meant to do. I wish there was like one more button on the pen. That would be very cool if there was one more button. I wonder, hang on a sec, just curious. What if I set my keystroke instead to be a modifier and change that to be an alt? No, I wouldn't do that. I would make this one my right click. And I would change my grip pen modifier to alt. Whoops. No, not radial menu. Come on. Turn off the right click. Okay. So now, if I want to do a right click, I will go and tap here with the eraser of my pen. I think. I think that should work. Yep, that worked. And then if I hold down Alt, it'll be my color picker. So I can just go like that. And I can disable the mask. And let's see if I can paint some black into here now. Nope. So that's a different layer. So let's turn that back on. There we go. You guys want me to switch back over to the other screen? I didn't mean to leave you in this mode where you have this crazy reflection on here. I can do that for you real quick. And that way I can move my this cable out of my face here. It's all like right here. Hasn't been terrible. Probably redraw that black eye. Let's see if I can undo that. Get rid of the iris. There we go. Or the pupil. And I'll make a new layer. And I'll reapply the pupil in there. Let me move my camera back over to its original spot. The only thing that Google needs to create next is the ability to have the share screen and the camera on at the same time. If they did that, I'd be pretty happy. Well, what is OBS? You can ask as many questions as you want, Crow. Go for it. I probably have heard of it. I'm too used to Camtasia Studio when it comes to recording. I like my Camtasia. It works pretty well. Doesn't get too finicky with me. What was your question, Crow? Well, I teach my own art classes. I give 4 sessions. Let me mute the video. I try to make sure I listen to when I speak, so I know when I know when you guys are getting the message. I give 4 sessions, 1 hour session. Each session is either $30 or you can get 4 sessions for $100. So if you like what I do, I can be online and I can teach you guys. It's just $100 for 4 sessions if you're interested. What other online classes are you thinking of? I know that there's a lot of amazing classes out there. I'm trying to think of. There's some really good ones that literally cost the price of a tuition. Um, like I'm trying to think about what all the excuse me. I'm trying to remember a certain name, and drawing and thinking at the same time doesn't work for me. Imaginaze. Oh, I don't remember the name of it. There's one school where you can learn from some really truly popular artists, and I don't remember what it's called. I think I would usually know it, but I don't right now. That those are really good if you're willing to put out the money. Otherwise, you can learn a lot that you need to learn off of YouTube. No, I sure haven't. Everything I've learned, I've been self-taught. So I would love to take some, but even I can't afford them. You know, some of them are very expensive. There was only one thing I did, and that was buy a rental for a Jason Seiler DVD, just to see about how he does things. And it was like a 55-minute DVD, and you could rent it for $50 or something crazy like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but that is the only paid learning I've ever had. Um, except being a little kid and taking classes when I was a little tiny kid, but I don't remember any of that stuff. Best drawing I've ever made as a kid. It was an exact drawing of Larry Boy from VeggieTales. It was so perfect in its sketch, I could not tell it apart from the uh, tape cover that I'd got it from. I drew it off of like a cover of a VHS tape. And you might not even know what a VHS is, since I know you're about 11 years old. So I have a feeling that you probably don't know what a VHS tape is. But yes, that would have been just a drawing of a Larry Boy from way back when. That was when I was a little kid, probably close to your age. That's back when I was a kid. My more recent good stuff, I don't know. Make some adjustments. I keep sitting forward and I need to. There we go. Okay, so far so good. Let's take a look at these gums. Whoa, she's missing a pupil and it looks really freaky. There we go. Here's how to freak someone out. Okay, all right. All good. Turn that back on again. There we go. No more freak out. Okay. All right, let's see if I can find some decent gum color. Yes, the good old days of VHS cassettes. What's up, Beyond? Welcome back. I admit I'm not feeling the hat, so I'm gonna take a look and see if I can find some more reference photos of that hat. Get a bit better likeness of it. Right now, it looks like a. It's supposed to be a fedora, but right now it looks too much um, like a rain hat from the oldies. Okay. Let's see what we want to do here. Let's go. Thank you, Tom. Okay. Sorry if I don't read your comments for a bit, guys. I admit I have 4 screens open over on my other screen for reference photos. So you might have to give me a sec before I can get back to you on comments. You'll see why in a second. There we go. I am drawing a dachshund. It's kind of an inside joke, but I think she'll appreciate it. She has a scarf that I've seen her wear that has a bunch of cute little dachshund patterns on it. So I'm trying to see if I can make it the same way. I'll draw you up if you want to buy a caricature. You can go to timmichaelarts.com and you can buy one there, and I'll draw you up. Take care, Crow. Have a good day. Yes, Mike, a rough sketch. That's hilarious. Stitcher, Stitcher. Thank you, Petty. Thank you. Appreciate it. Always like when you can get a good silhouette. There is no shipping because I would just give you a an instant download. You know, it'd be just a file that you could have printed somewhere or use for your Facebook or something. So I don't do any shipping. I don't believe. I'm not sure where it would say shipping on that. It's interesting. But yep, no shipping costs, and there shouldn't be any extra charges for shipping. If it does charge you, let me know because it should not be. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I know I'm not doing any like grouping or anything. I'm just throwing this together real quick. So I could do a subfolder and copy the subfolder so I could get a bunch of the same dog at the same time, but I'm too lazy. And I probably won't do much warping either, you know. Where'd my move point go? Yeah, I'm saving that hand for very last. I really don't want to fidget with that hand. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, I haven't messed with the material canvas very much, if at all. That's not something I think. I'm old school, you know. I'm Facebook old school. Not Facebook, but Photoshop old school. I bear. I mean, I try to use fills more often now, just because I know they're quicker. But I'll often find myself just hand painting everything in. All right, so I need to set a reference layer. Reference layer is going to be you. And then we're going to fill to the reference layer. Very nice. Okay, let's turn that to that. Edit. correction, hue saturation. Well, her and my wife are dog fanatics, so I know that she would get a kick out of having this because she's got a cute little dachshund her and her hubby have, and then we go over and we visit a couple of our friends after church for some night Bible studies that we have, and they have a cute little dachshund named Penny, and my wife and her just go crazy over Penny. So I know I'm not going wrong when I put this dachshund thing in there. That's for sure. Um, let's do this. I want to do a duplicate layer with that exact same folds, and then I want to clear that layer. Let's see. Layer is now cleared. Now it's still locked though, so hopefully I can move this up past all the puppies and maybe set this to a black, multiply, and see if it'll do what I was thinking. Nope. Too bad. I got to make a mask. So put that back there, undo it. I'm going to make a new layer anyway, but I want to alt click on it, I think. Control click. Yeah. And we're going to go up here and we'll make a mask. There we go. Take that above the pups. There we go. And airbrush with black. Actually, I've been doing everything hard, so I'll do this hard too. And normal to not overlay to multiply. And then, oh, no duh. I'll do normal and airbrush it. Nope, I don't have any pictures of Penny, but she's a cute one. Let me check my phone out real quick. My beautiful wife has voxed me. It's a long-haired dachshund, though, and it's really cute. Well, but that's not Penny, though. That's someone else. Oh, no, that wasn't my wife. That was Kimberly. She says she loves her scarf. Told you. Called it. Who didn't call it? I called it. Just do a few passes. Okay. That's one pass. It's too dark, too dark, too dark. Let's go lighter. There we go. That's better. How interesting. And clean up this blue. There we go. Zoom out and take a look. Yep, I still don't like the hat, and I still need to draw that hand and finish the camera. Grr. Yeah, Kimberly's here on the stream, but I don't think she's logged in as a user. But I know she's here and she's watching. All right, I need to redo this hat. I don't like the hat. Let's do some sketches and see what kind of hat I would like to put on her. Need to get that fedora right. Let's see. That's better. It's not so, maybe a bit more control on. I was trying to make it look floppy before, but that looks better already. I think it might actually be better to make it look more upright than floppy. That'll probably give it the look I'm trying to get. It looks good. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, now that I have that, I need to ink it again, and I'll do that on a new layer. And let me quickly clean up the residual from the previous one. Okay. And let's see. I guess I can dim that 50, 75%. And we can start inking it. Okay, here we go. Close. Let me make my pressure sensitivity a bit higher. My pressure sensitivity, my control. Come on, keep going and back. Nice. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's see, now this side. And I'll still get the color in there that'll say it's her hat, but I think that definition really needs to be in there. Yeah, that's much better. All right, let's get some color on that and save the hand for last. So I got 22 layers so far. All right, let's see. Color of the hat, kind of this and a little bit more of that, a little bit brighter. More like that, I think. Let's see how that does. Stop it. All right, we'll do this. We'll turn off this layer. There we go. And then I'm going to do a gray tone. That way the black still stands out. Perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and select that one, and we'll go shade darker and biff. Nope. Okay. No problem, Tom. No, I'm supposed to get done here pretty soon. I think, yeah, it's 4:15. We got about 10, 15 minutes left of the podcast. I mean, of the live stream. Then I got to scoot. I got to get that podcast published too. Actually, got to get that up on the podcast so everyone can get it through Stitcher and iTunes. Oh, and by the way, guys, I didn't mention this, and I should have. But if you want to just go straight and listen to the podcast without having to go to iTunes or Stitcher, just go to artisancentralpodcast.com. I put all that out there, and I forgot to say that. Brand new website, just got it built, and it looks great, and I've had fun putting it together, and you can go and check it out, artisancentralpodcast.com. And yeah, you won't forget that. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I should probably try and put some texture in it. I'm not very good at that, but it's more her real hat's more of um oh, how would I even begin to put it? It's almost like a corduroy or a I'm not sure. So Tom, where can I see some of your artwork these days? Okay. Okay, let's see if I can do a little bit more with this underneath. Let's do a bit more airbrushing closer to the head. Nope, 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 nope. That'll help. Actually, Tom, I think you actually did you did send me some stuff, didn't you, on Instagram? I saw one that looked super well shaded, man. If that's the one that if that was your work, that was really well shaded. Let me see if I have that on here. Hang on a sec. We're gonna switch over. Let's see. Let's see here, really quick. TDS Graphics. I know who that is. Cool. And here we are. Yeah. Tom, here we go. Oh, here we go. We got a bunch of stuff here. Look at that shading, dude. Beast. Yeah, you got some great drawings going on here, man. Very good with the shading. Excellent. Yeah, you got some great stuff, dude. Excellent stuff. Even some great drawn pieces. Very nice. Good job, man. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Very nice. Very cool. You've been working hard, man. I remember what you used to do. You're doing much better. Excellent. Let's see here. Okay. Hey, you're going a long way, man. You're doing really good on that shading. I'm really impressed by that. Good stuff. And even that one where you had that guy smoking, the texture on that was epic. Really good job on that texture. Think you got texture figured out better than I do. I guess I should save this. I've been drawing this the whole time and haven't even saved it once. Wow. All right. Let's see what I do about the dreaded hand. This part's going to stink. And then I got to finish off the camera, but I've been holding off on the hand long enough, and I know everyone's curious about what I'm going to do, and we have 10 minutes or less. So I guess I should do something, huh? All right, let's see what I can do. Now we just have to wait for the dreaded loading bar, which did not take very long. And now let's see, a circle. Let's see what happens if I do a vector. Okay, now the question is, how do I mess with the vector? Oh, very cool. Okay. So what if I just wanted to select it and change its color? Can I do that? Nope. Oh, we're sharing the love today. Let's see. All right, so I got Photoshop, Illustrator, both of them floating around in my head, and I have no idea how to do this just yet. I haven't learned about what I can do with vectors in here just yet. Okay. Here we go. Move control point, delete control point, switch corner, correct line width. Well, what if I did this? Change vector width. Rotation angle, scaling ratio. Yeah, I'm not finding what I'm looking for here. I might have to do that in Photoshop. Never got to answer this, but my art can be found at Batcat. Ah, cool. Good for you. Okay, well, I think I got enough here to do the hand at least. And I'll figure out that later. Let's go ahead and move all of this into a folder. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely take a look myself. Thank you for sharing. Now, go ahead and make that quite lighter. That way I can draw this hand properly. And it's about time for me to go. So let me go ahead and just begin this, and then I'll say my goodbyes. All right, well, hey, since we have 7 people on here, I'm going to say everything I said earlier just because I really need your help. If you're willing to support me and you are able to donate towards videos on YouTube, please go to youtube.com/TimMichaelArts and donate $1 per video or less if you want. And remember, you can set your limits on that. That way you don't go over. It would mean the world to me if you would consider supporting me there. Also, make sure that you take a look at the Artisan Central podcast on patreon.com. No, excuse me, not patreon.com, on iTunes and on Stitcher. You can look those up. Or you can listen to the show on my mini player that you can find on my website at www.artisancentralpodcast.com. If you're interested in getting a caricature drawn by me, just like this or better, you can go ahead and go to timmichaelarts.com, where I got a ton of stuff on that website for you to check out. And especially, you can go to the Buy a Caricature section and purchase a caricature that I will draw up. And I think that's going to about do it, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I have to go ahead and scoot because wifey's going to be getting off of work, and she deserves some quality time. So I'm going to go ahead and clean up the house a little bit and get ready for her to get home. And then hopefully I'll be able to maybe get some more work done a little bit later on tonight. But you guys have an excellent evening. Thank you so much for spending time with me today. It's been a wonderful long day. I've greatly enjoyed it. Greatly enjoyed having you guys chilling out with me. And thank you for all your support. And thank you to anyone who became a Patreon member today. I hope that you considered it. And if you haven't, please do, because I really do need your help. If you can donate anything, that would mean the world. So thank you very much, guys. And I'll see you next time right here on the Artisan Central podcast, on Tim Michael Arts here on YouTube. Hope that you have enjoyed the live video. And if anybody else is watching, since we've actually recorded this, and you're still watching, and you've watched it all the way through to the end, all right, you totally should get credit for that, because that's like, you're insane, okay? Because that's just like hours and hours and hours. You're insane. I'm just saying that. But just know when I say that, it means I love you. I love you guys all. God bless you, and I'll see you next time, okay? Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. We'll see you all later.